Well, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to all the wonderful gentlemen and all the beautiful ladies. This is your host, Anchor Megha Goyal, for this beautiful event. And let me tell you, I am so delighted to be hosting this prestigious event, NISAA Annual Business Forum 2023, organized by Northern India Steamer Agents Association and managed by India Seatrade. So first of all, let's do a warm-up session. Before that, I request everybody to please put your phone on silent mode or else on the airplane mode. Everyone, please. आप सभी अपने अपने फ़ोन साइलेंट मोड या एयरप्लेन मोड पे डाल सकते हैं. I would be really thankful if you do so. So let's do a warm-up session. So करना क्या है, हम सभी मिलके सबसे पहले तो तालियां बजाएंगे अपने लिए. Come on everybody, big hands for yourself. So what are we gonna do? जैसे जैसे मेरे हाथ की ऊंचाई बढ़ेगी, the moment I will raise my hand, the height of my hand, आपको उतनी तेज तेज तालियां बजानी, right? Because पूरे हॉल में तालियां गूंजनी चाहिए. All right, let's do it, everybody. Can I hear a yes? Come on, everyone. Yes? All right, come on. This level. Applauses for this level. Higher, higher, higher. And yes, last. Thank you so much, everybody. So, as now I've got all your attention, now let's kickstart this beautiful event. Once again, I would like to welcome all the wonderful people here on the behalf of NISAA, the Annual Business Forum 2023, which is organized by Northern India Steamer Agents Association and managed by India Seatrade. So, the Northern India Steamer Agents Association, more commonly known as NISAA, was formed on 30th of December 1985 as containerized exim trade show. So did the development of new inland container depots in the hinterlands as well as the container traffic between ports and hinterlands. With this, the associated problems also grew. It was against this backdrop that a group of agents from North India associated with some of the major container shipping lines felt the need of an association, which could address their problems with the various agencies, service providers, vendors, and government authorities. NISAA's main objective is to work closely with the government authorities involved in the exim trade, Ministry of Shipping, container train operators, customs, CFS, ICDs, and various terminals for the betterment of the exim traffic to and from the Northern India ICDs, which affects various member lines and the trade in general. NISAA is a non-commercial institution for the facilitation of exim trade. NISAA has been actively working for the cause of the shipping agencies and allied industries. It has represented a burning issue of the trade to concern government departments and has sought solutions. NISAA's Business Forum, organized by NISAA, began in 2010, coinciding with its 25th anniversary. Since then, it has been an annual affair. It has been instrumental in initiating the much-needed dialogue between the government, shipping, and logistics communities in North India. The theme of the Business Forum of the year is India, the emerging hub in global supply chain. Supply chains around the world are undergoing major transformation due to the geopolitical realities of our times. And the rapid adoption of e-commerce presents a unique opportunity for India to become a leading manufacturing and supply chain hub. The COVID-19 pandemic caused several bottlenecks in global supply chains, leading to logistical delays, export restrictions accentuated by trade conflicts and the Ukraine war, prompting a new wave of reshoring and diversification of supply routes and manufacturing localization. While China continues to be critical to global value chains, companies are gradually shifting their focus to countries like India, which is ahead of China in terms of attracting foreign direct investment in the textile and apparel industries. In 2019, India was the largest recipient of FDI flows in South Asia, not even China. There are several reasons why India can become a supply chain leader. Firstly, there has been a concerted effort by the Indian government to develop infrastructure, including road, rail, port connectivity, as the country has the world's largest road and rail network. India has also ramped up its focus on improving logistics with a 15 to 20% reduction in transport costs and travel time following the introduction of the Goods Services Tax or GST nationwide, in view of India's logistics sector, which is expected to grow from $200 billion market in 2020 to $320 billion by 2025. The Indian government aims to further strengthen supply chains with the National Logistics Policy, which was introduced on September 18th, 2022. When announcing the policy, Prime Minister Narendra Modi highlighted how this can add fresh impetus to India's manufacturing sector, adding that India has set up new eco-friendly waterways, 40 air cargo terminals to facilitate exports, 30 exports with cold storage facilities, and 35 multimodal logistics facilities. At this point, the NISAA and its executive members would like to deeply thank our esteemed sponsors. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to especially thank our esteemed sponsors, APM Terminals Pipavav. Can we have a huge round of applause for them? Come on, everybody. Then we have Track One Logistics. Big hands for them, everyone. Container Corporation of India, DP World, Trans World Terminals, Hind Terminals, CMA CGM Logistics Park Dadri, Adani Ports and SEZ, All Cargo Logistics Park, Rajsico, Pristine Logistics, Delhi International Cargo Terminal, Odex India Solutions Private Limited, and India Links for supporting this initiative. Thank you so much to all our esteemed sponsors. So, ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to welcome all the delegates, and I would like to deliver opening remarks. I would like to welcome a very special guest here we have with us. I would like to request Captain D. Mishra, the President of Northern India Steamer Agents Association. I request him to please come join us on the stage. Can we have a huge round of applause for him? Come on, everybody, big hands. So, ladies and gentlemen, here we have Captain D. Mishra, sir, and he is going to take over this stage for a while. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. C.V. Kalyanaraman, Chairman, Managing Director, Container Corporation of India Limited. Sir, esteemed speakers of today's event, distinguished guests, business leaders, stakeholders, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and a warm welcome to all of you. I take this opportunity to welcome each one of you to the 13th edition of NISAA Business Forum. I thank all of you for having participated in this year's event. Let me begin by wishing that 2023 brings to all of us fresh hope and joy, and pray that everything remains normal. In its 75th year of independence, India has become the 5th largest economy in the world, overtaking the United Kingdom, and is poised to become the 3rd largest by 2029, as per the International Monetary Fund. With the current growth rate, the State Bank of India predicts India would surpass Germany in 2027 and most likely Japan by 2029. India's merchandise exports for April-December 2022 was $332.76 billion as against $305.04 billion during the same period last year. Similarly, our merchandise imports for the period April-December 2022 was $551.7 billion as against $41.50 billion during the same period last year. Cumulatively, however, during April-January 22-23, that is the current fiscal, the current country's merchandise exports rose by 8.51% to $369.25 billion, while imports increased by 21.89% to $602.20 billion. The mercantile trade deficit for the April-January this fiscal stood at $233 billion. In all probability, we are likely to touch $450 billion of exports in the current fiscal, surpassing our previous year export figure of $421.9 billion. Probably will fall a little short of the target which was set by the government of India for $500 billion. The resilient growth of the Indian economy during the first half of the current financial year, the fastest among major economies, underlines the strengthening macroeconomic stability. However, global growth forecasts indicate downturn in global economic activity and trade. As per Global Composite PMI report of January 2023, new export orders have been contracting for the 10th successive month in December. The report also indicated that India and Ireland were the only nations to register growth of economic activity in December 2022. The Indian economy grew at a lower than expected 4.4% in the October-December quarter of the current fiscal, on the back of a contraction in manufacturing and low growth in consumption, but it is still expected to grow by 7% in this financial year, provided the GDP growth hits 5.1% mark in the current quarter. While the world trade is expected to slow down due to inflationary trends in the West and resultant impact on the purchasing power of consumers, the government is making all-out efforts to ensure that India remains competitive on the global stage, focusing on areas that need immediate attention. For instance, the results of the Gati Shakti National Master Plan are becoming visible, and it would soon change the face of India's infrastructure and its multimodal logistics, the Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi said a few days ago. The Prime Minister said that his government has identified the gaps that were impacting the logistics efficiency. That is why he said in this year's budget, 100 critical projects have been prioritized at 75,000 crore have been allocated for those projects. Logistics costs will go down further in the days to come owing to quality and multimodal infrastructure which have a positive impact on the goods made in India and on the competence of our products. Along with the logistics sector, there will be a lot of improvement in ease of living and ease of doing business, the Prime Minister stated, noting that CapEx has increased 5 times compared to financial year 2013-14, and the government was moving with a target of investing 110 lakh crore under the National Infrastructure Pipeline. The Prime Minister expressed and hoped that this year's budget would give new energy to infrastructure. This is the time of new responsibilities, new possibilities, and bold decisions for every stakeholder, he emphasized. I can't agree with him more. Yet another significant announcement in this year's budget is to use the viability gap funding scheme to kickstart India's much underutilized coastal shipping sector. Coastal shipping will be promoted as an energy-efficient and low-cost mode of transport, both for passenger and freight through PPP mode with viability gap funding, the Finance Minister, Mrs. Nirmala Sitharaman, said in her budget speech in the Parliament on 1st February this year. India is blessed with a natural setting of such an initiative, vast stretches of coastline on the country's western and eastern seaboard. Moving cargo by water is considered energy efficient and at much lower cost. The government has also sized up, rightly so, the eco-friendly characteristics of coastal shipping to focus on tapping the sector more seriously, unlike in the past. At a time when the world is taking significant strides towards greening of all economic and business activities, shipping cannot be left on the sidelines. With the International Maritime Organization taking the lead in this regard, a vibrant and strong coastal shipping must be an intrinsic part of India's pledge to meet the climate change goals. The government has been focusing a lot of attention on reducing the logistics costs to facilitate trade by adapting to technological tools. Maritime trade itself is also being reshaped by the digitalization of transport and logistics. In the past, maritime transport has been slow to adapt to digital solutions, but especially since the COVID-19 pandemic, it has been playing catch-up as new technologies such as IoT, blockchain, big data, and AI start to improve efficiency, sustainability, and resilience. I would probably do injustice if I do not mention about Government of India's initiative to promote biofuel and also increase the share of renewable energy in the port sector. Union Minister for Heavy Industry has inaugurated Towards Panchamrit to drive the country towards cleaner mobility. This is an effort to promote adoption of Panchamrit, which is 5 clean fuels: hydrogen, ethanol, biodiesel, gas, and electric vehicles. These 5 commitments are to achieve the vision of becoming a carbon-neutral country by 2070. Ministries are making comprehensive efforts to move towards fulfilling this vision. Petrol blended with 20% ethanol was rolled out at select petrol pumps as part of a program to increase use of biofuels and cut emissions as well as dependence on foreign exchange draining imports. In the first phase, 15 cities are being covered, and in the next 2 years, it will be expanded throughout the country. India saved as much as 54,000 crore in forex outgo from 10% blending, besides benefiting the farmers. E20 will be available at 84 petrol pumps in 3 state-owned fuel retailers in 11 states and union territories. India currently is 85% dependent on imports for meeting its oil needs. Use of E20 will lead to an estimated reduction of carbon monoxide emissions by about 50% in two-wheelers and about 30% in four-wheelers compared to E0, which is neat petrol. The current annual ethanol production capacity in the country is about 1037 crore liters, which includes 700 crore liters of molasses-based and 337 crore liters of grain-based production capacity. Government of India is also aiming to increase the share of renewable energy to 60% in the total power consumption for its major ports from a present share of less than 10% as per the Union Minister. The ports have also aimed to reduce carbon emission per ton of cargo handled by 30% by the year 2030. The Maritime Vision Document 2030 released by our Honorable Prime Minister is a 10-year blueprint on India's vision of a sustainable maritime sector and a vibrant blue economy. The minister said that as envisioned in the National Hydrogen Mission, excuse me, the Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways had identified and nominated Paradip Port, Deen Dayal Port, and V or Chidambaram Port for developing them as hydrogen hubs capable of handling, storage, and generation of green hydrogen by the year 2030. Sorry. In this direction, India has launched the National Logistics Portal Marine, which will act as a central system for electronic sharing and exchange with interoperability across ocean, inland waterways, and coastal movement of goods. The National Single Window Platform will be the first of its kind to provide B2B and B2G services for marine trade stakeholders. The platform seeks to help exporters, importers, and service providers exchange documents seamlessly and transact business in a transparent and quick manner. The NLP Marine has been developed to facilitate ease of doing business and make India one of the most cost-effective and competitive countries in international trade, promote transparency in accessing information across supply chain for all stakeholders, remove bottlenecks, empower end users with real-time decision-making, give access to latest technology to all stakeholders, thereby increasing competition according to the project scope. The National Single Window Logistics Platform has been designed to perform all core activities of the importer, exporter, and custom brokers, such as domestic tracking of the shipment with notifications at each stage, undertake custom clearance on their own, online transactions with custodians, remote electronic data interchange system package for bill of entry and shipping bill, checklist plus EDI file generation and document management system to store all the important documents securely on cloud storage. It will facilitate real-time information of the activities which are generally not in reach of the importer, exporter, custom broker, including vessel-related information, terminal gate, and container freight station gate transactions. It will also enable digital transactions of all the payments which are required for the clearance process of import and export, like CFS charges, shipping line charges, transportation charges, etc. Last but not the least, the unified logistics. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Last but not the least, the Unified Logistics Interface Platform, ULIP, is yet another initiative of the government to enhance efficiency and reduce the cost of logistics by creating a transparent one-window platform that can provide real-time information to all stakeholders in a multimodal setup. The ULIP has three components. Firstly, authorization, compliance, and clearance are some of the critical activities of logistics. The integration with data points of ministries can enable a holistic view and interlink the handshake points. Secondly, to enable the private players, logistics service providers, and industries to utilize the data available with the ULIP and at the same time share their data, which is transportation, dispatch, and delivery, etc., with the ULIP, thereby streamlining the processes for bring better efficiency through data exchange. Thirdly, to enable a single digitized document reference number for all the documentation processes in a single platform. For all of us involved in the carriage of goods, all these are much needed and, of course, in a timely manner. As I come to the end of my welcome address, the theme of our today's business forum, which is India, the emerging hub in global supply chain. I am in no doubt with Government of India's various initiatives being undertaken and special focus on infrastructure in the maritime and logistics sector, we are fast moving in that direction. However, to prove this even better, we have here with us a distinguished panel of speakers, and they'll be talking on different aspects of trade and logistics. I am sure the discussion is going to be very enlightening and even thought-provoking for all of us. Thank you, and Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir. That was very informative for the members of NISAA. and the audience at large. Can we have huge round of applause for Captain D. Mishra, everybody? Come on. Thank you so much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now to deliver the keynote address, I would like to welcome Mr. V. Kalyanarama, the Chairman and Managing Director of Container Corporation of India Limited, on the stage. Can we have huge round of applause for him? Come on, everybody. Well, ladies and gentlemen, V. Kalyanarama is the youngest person to become Chairman and Managing Director of Container Corporation of India Limited, a Navratna PSU under Ministry of Railways. He is a mechanical engineer and IRTS officer of 1987 batch. He had worked in BHPV and BHEL before joining India Railways. Prior to joining Board of Directors of Concor as Director, Projects and Services, he held various assignments such as Executive Director, Chief General Manager in Concor. He was also Chief Executive Officer in TCI Concor Multi-Model Solutions Private Limited, a joint venture of Concor. So, ladies and gentlemen, here we have Mr. V. Kalyanarama on the stage. I would like to request, please take over the stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much for a nice introduction. Good afternoon to all of you. I could see many well-known people of the logistics industry in the North India, and it's a privilege for me. Thank you, NISAA, inviting me to give this address, to share my thoughts with all of you. So the theme of the conference is very well chosen, India becoming the hub of the global supply chain. I was recently reading a report, I think on Saturday, by Morgan Stanley, if I remember it correctly, that India is going to grow definitely better than many other economies without having much of the recession problem and the inflation problem because of our domestic consumption. This is a very important aspect all of us must note. All the initiatives, the good initiatives started by the government to make India a manufacturing hub, to make India the hub of global supply chain, is on the foundation of our domestic consumption. The domestic consumption for 140 crore people is going to be really mind-boggling. And if we talk about the logistics of this entire supply chain for this consumption, I think all of you will agree with me that this logistics is at a very nascent stage. Except for some advanced logistics infrastructure developed for the personal products, the logistics supply chain management for all other products is really at a nascent stage in India. So when I say that the logistics is going to be the sunrise industry in India for next 15 years, I don't think I'm wrong. There are a lot of opportunities in this sector. And at this particular point of time, when there is a lot of uncertainty going on because of the war situation in the Russian war, Russia-Ukraine war, and the after effects of that in Europe, with rising inflation and various other problems, these effects not coming on to us in a great way, and Indian economy having the more resilience to withstand these things, is really a good opportunity for India to grow fast, to achieve better milestones. So the need of the hour is to definitely to reduce the logistics cost, and many new things are being announced, the new steps are being taken to reduce the logistics cost, to use the data. There is no doubt that the digitization is the solution, and it will definitely reduce the logistics cost, reduce the cost in any sector. I could see in my own company, Container Corporation, where we introduced some of the digitization models, which helped us a large extent. One of the things is that we went paperless. We adopted e-office model. Providentially, we could adopt this in the year 2019. And when COVID came, friends, we have not closed down for even a single day. Even during the entire lockdown, we could continue our operations. Being in logistics sector, we never closed our depots during this time. And we could provide the backbone administration from the residences itself because of the digitization what we adopted. So the National Logistics Portal recently started, wherein all of us can use that in sharing the data, will be a very good initiative if we properly utilize the data. We generate lots of data. Everywhere we generate data. But I think the issue comes is how best that can be utilized. When artificial intelligence was developed, all the world leaders gathered together how best we can use artificial intelligence. They asked artificial intelligence how we can make the world peaceful. So artificial intelligence said, yes, I'm calculating, I'll give you. They printed out a paper and gave it, and they adopted the practices. And yes, a lot of peace, and everything was very peaceful. So the leaders, then they again gathered together, not much of work, not sorting out problems. They thought, well, we'll ask the artificial intelligence whether there is God or not. So they asked, is there God? So after for some time it said, not sufficient data. They provided data, said not sufficient data. Then Americans said, okay, we will use all our might and provide you data. They gave a lot of inputs, a lot of data, a lot of technology. So it calculated and all. Yes, there is now God. So the data utilization is very important. So where is God? The God is in the data. So the data, we generate lots of data, but we don't utilize it. So even National Logistics Portal, again the same issue will come, how best we can utilize the data. Data utilization. And of course, from our side, we definitely shared that everyone being a commercial enterprise, the data has to be masked. I'm sure no one is going to share the commercial data in general. So a generic data will be shared, and the utilization of generic data, I think all of us should put our brains together, how best that can be used for the good of the logistics industry and to reduce the logistics cost. Why I'm talking about logistics cost? Because to make the Indian exports competitive in the global economy, which only can catapult India into a global supply chain hub, can be only through this, making the Indian exports competitive. When the industry gets matured, obviously the profits start coming from the logistics. The best example we all often quote in many of the conferences is the Walmart, which adopted the best logistics practices and sell their goods at a very competitive price in the US market. Even we can see many of the products during their development stage, the mobile phones which we use, they used to cost really a fortune when they were first introduced, and today a very good feature mobile phone is available very cheap. Still, the companies are making money because of the logistics they adopted, the supply chains they manage. So it's very important for reducing the cost, and that can be possible only by having good supply chain logistics management. To adopt to this, the traditional practices have to be followed. You cannot fight leaving the ground. तो जमीन छोड़ के तो nothing can be achieved. So keeping our feet on strongly footed, and we have to start adopting new practices. New innovations are required. New material methods, material handling methods are required. The containerization was started for handling the large quantities of material in the shortest possible time. But still we feel in this country that containerization is a costly affair. It's a sort of, dichotomy. That is a practice which we started to handle the cargo or large volumes of cargo in the minimum possible time. A 30 tons cargo put in a container can be handled in 2 to 5 minutes flat. But at the same time, we all feel that containerized cargo movement is a costlier affair. How to sort out this riddle? That is where we have to think about it. I personally feel that some of the material handling methods we must bring out to sort out these problems. We are trying to do something like that at Concur. We come out with a solution for transporting bulk cement in normal containers, because any cost reduction logistics require a two-way loaded movement and to reduce the non-revenue empty runs. So we thought of putting the cement not in specialized containers but in the regular containers, GP containers, using some flexi bags and some evacuation methods, so that these containers can be utilized in the reverse leg with the general cargo. Yes, it is giving good result. A lot of cement companies are showing interest. This is one solution which we are trying out. That there can be many solutions like this. That the many cargo which can be containerized are still moving in bulk. Multimodal logistics, in theory, it is always thought to be the best practice. But India, let me share with you, the multimodal logistics is still not very successful. Concur, we also went into coastal shipping. Of course, COVID, we stopped it. But what we found out is, except for the cargoes which are nearer to the coast, which can be transported from coast to coast. If we move from the hinterland, like Ludhiana or Delhi, and try to move the cargo into south via west coast, the all rail route is more cost effective compared to rail-sea rail route. We have to think about it. So all that we talk in the conference, we talk in the seminars that, the coastal shipping, the water transportation is cost effective. Definitely it is cost effective. But is it cost effective only when there is no direct rail link? That means only the movement where we can't directly connect through rail? Or is it can be made cost effective even in a multimodal way also? The truck moving a container from Ludhiana into Mundra port is able to compete with the rail. We are not able to bring that cargo easily onto the rail mode because of the various costs involved in between. So these are the things we have to take up as an industry. How best we can find the solutions for this? All of us must be working on this in our individual capacities, in various roles we perform in various organizations. But as an industrial forum, as a logistics industry association, these are the things we must address. Warehousing, how best we can utilize mobile warehousing, how we can integrate that with the regular warehousing. These are some of the ideas which we can work on. Using container as a warehouse, when we promoted, a lot of people showed interest. So if you ask me, is it the solution for entire warehousing problem? No, regular warehousing is also required. So there are different types of warehousing. We all know that there is a transit warehousing, there is medium-term warehousing, there is long-standing warehousing requirements. So depending on the warehousing, we can utilize different methods. So can we come out with some solutions using all these things? So using data analytics, innovative material handling methods, and good logistics practices, a better supply chain management solutions, I'm sure definitely the cost of logistics can be brought down. And that is the day when India can become a global supply chain hub. I hope we will be working towards this. And let me tell you, I will be definitely putting all the resources available from Concor, which we can use to address these things. We will be doing. We are trying out many new things, and I'm happy to share that with the industry. As I said, the cement we started, we are now trying to introduce LNG trucks into India. We already are in talks. There, the LNG trucks are already moving in piecemeal, but we are trying to bring them in a big commercial way. We are releasing orders to bring in LNG trucks into India, because that is, as Captain Mishra was talking, the Panchamrit or whatever he mentioned, that using the clean energy. And we are also exploring the possibility of bringing in electric trucks for short hauls. And we are bringing in 12-feet containers into India to move the voluminous cargo, because the rating on railways is we can't use 40-feet container on rail wagons, because that is the tariff structures are that. So with all sorts of things which we bring in, we would like to reduce the logistics cost. Leaving out, I'm not mentioning the commercial aspects which we do. We also do as a commercial organization, Concor. We bring in some schemes, some 1+1 schemes, some 50% rebates. These are all, these are all the schemes which I have to bring in the competitive market. But as industry, we can definitely share some of these schemes which are bringing in, which will be reducing the logistics cost, which is good for the benefit of the industry as well. We will definitely share with the entire industry. And I hope by following all these practices, we'll definitely make India a $5 trillion economy very soon. And it is good for the entire industry and entire country. Thank you very much.
From the Chairman and Managing Director of Concor, thank you so much, sir. And thank you for the remarkable keynote address. So now I'd like to request our NISAA President, Captain D. Mishra. I request you, sir, to please come join us on the stage. And we would like to give you a memento, a token of appreciation. So I request Captain D. Mishra, sir, to please hand over the memento to Mr. Kalyan Rama. Can we have a huge round of applause? Come on, everybody. Thank you so much, sir. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, I would like to welcome each one of you at the NISAA Business Forum 2023, organized by Northern India Steamer Agents Association and managed by India Seatrade. So now we're about to start with the session. And let me tell you the title. The title is India Ready to Lead? The time is ripe for India to take advantage of the global geopolitical changes and the uncertainties born out of a looming global recession. The Western world's China's +1 strategy is now playing out in India's favor, as many countries who sourced solely from China are opening up to other options. India can build on this momentum only if issues like ease of doing business and infrastructure bottlenecks are addressed at the earliest. While the government focuses on attracting investments, the industry must gear up to train its manpower in the logistics sector. Well, to debate on this, I would like to invite our esteemed panelist on stage. I would like to call upon stage Mr. Shikhar Pant, the Deputy Commissioner Customs, Tughlakabad. Can we have a huge round of applause for him? Come on, everybody. Well, let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Shikhar Pant is an officer of Indian Revenue Service of 2014 batch. He is currently posted as Deputy Commissioner of Customs, ICD, Tughlakabad. He holds a B.Tech degree in Mechanical Engineering from IIT Madras from 2008 batch and worked in Standard Chartered Bank for 2.5 years as business and data analyst. We are so privileged to have you on the stage. Can we have a huge round of applause for him? Come on, everybody. I request you please be seated, sir. Along with him, I would like to request Ms. Paroma Munshiribelo, the President, Business Development, Pristine Logistics and Infra Projects Limited. Can we have a huge round of applause for him? Come on, everybody. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Paroma has more than 30 years of experience in shipping, rail, and multimodal logistics. She has managed ocean-side operations for APL for 26 years, including busiest ports like Nhava Sheva, and was responsible for APL's operations at more than 40 ICDs and CFS. Across India, from 2017 to 2022, she handled all the rail operations of APL Logistics through its subsidiary, India Links. She is currently responsible for business development at Pristine Logistics. So can we have a huge round of applause for Ms. Paroma, everybody? Come on. Now I'd like to request Mr. Atit Mahajan, our Managing Director, CMA, CGM India Private Limited. Big hands for him, everybody. Come on, let's welcome all together on the stage. With extensive industry experience and strong leadership abilities in Indian shipping and logistics sectors, Atit Mahajan has taken over the position from August 1st, 2020. Mahajan is qualified chartered accountant with a qualitative experience of 18 years in strategy, finance and cost management function. Prior to taking on the positions of Managing Director, CMA, CGM India, Mr. Mahajan has served as the Chief Financial Officer, Siva Logistics, Indian Private Limited, and Chief Operating Officer, LCL Logistics, both subsidiaries on the CMA CGM group. In the past, Mr. Mahajan has also been part of the CMA CGM group and was at the position of Chief Financial Officer, CMA CGM India, for the period of 2010 to 2015. Thank you so much, sir, for being a part of this lovely event and giving us your precious time. So, ladies and gentlemen, can we have a huge round of applause for Mr. Mahajan? Come on, everyone. Now, I'd like to call upon stage Mr. Amit Bhardwaj, our Chief Commercial Officer at APM Terminals. Can we have a huge round of applause for him? Come on, everybody. A senior level executive having a track record of successful strategic and tactical leadership in the supply chain, logistics and shipping industry, high level of enthusiasm, energy and positive attitude that is able to mentor, develop and carry a team forward to meet strategic goals. With the same not limiting itself to change management, business development, customer service or operational excellence, thrives on projects or tasks that provide intellectual stimulation and high level of complexities. So can we have a huge round of applause for Mr. Bhardwaj? Everybody, come on. Now I'd like to request Ms. Alpana Chaturvedi, the CEO, My Logistics Gurukul. I request you to please come join us on stage. Big hands for her. Come on, everybody. For the beautiful lady here we have on stage, an experienced professional with a demonstrated history of working in aviation, airports, and training industry. Skilled in setting up training ventures, business development, delivering training, and managing and developing Team's strong business development professional with a Master of Arts in English Literature from IP College of Women, Delhi University. So ladies and gentlemen, here we have all the very special people, and we're going to start the session. We have Mr. Neelkant Gumala, our Executive Committee Member of NISAA and General Manager, HMM Shipping India Private Limited, here today to chair and moderate the session. So ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to request Mr. Neelkant Gumala, sir, to please come join us. Everybody, big hands for him. Well, Neelkant Gumala sir is working with Hyundai Merchant Marine as General Manager for North India. He has been in the shipping industry for over 3 decades now and has been associated earlier with renowned carriers like Hapag-Lloyd, PIL, P&O, CSAV, to name a few. Well, ladies and gentlemen, to set the tone of the session, now I would like to request Mr. Neelkant Gumala. So, I request you to please start the session, and I would like to request to please take over the stage and the session. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I hope we are all set for what promises to be a very engaging and engrossing session. To bring things in order, the world is going through a lot of turmoil, the various economies in the world. And amidst all this are troubling times for supply chain and logistics. Not very long ago, China was really brimming with cargo. There was a lot of movements going on there. Shipping lines were raking in all the mullahs, and everybody was happy. But of late, the trend seems to have buckled a bit. But most importantly, what has happened is, has the world changed course? The unofficial hub of manufacturing to the world, China, is not anymore, as it appears, to be in the same position as it was, dominating not very long from now. Is it because of the various issues that they faced with COVID? Or is it because, as some would suspect and believe, that their banking and economy is being tested very, very bitterly to try and remain strong? Perhaps the answers will come out in due course of time. But more importantly, in the midst of all this, India seems to be standing out. India seems to be the country which is going to probably take over the title of being the next manufacturing hub to the world. And if that happens, obviously the dynamics are going to change. We are already seeing a trend in this direction where India's exports and EXIM trade are increasing and are promising to surge even more in the days to come. The kind of infrastructure development and the preparedness that the country is showing has never been seen before. Obviously, the people in the know of things are trying to gear things up. But in spite of it all, are we really ready? And that, ladies and gentlemen, brings us to the theme of this discussion. Is India ready to lead? I will start off by inviting the elite from amongst our elite panelists, who you've all been introduced and you would know that they are experts in their own fields in the industry. And I'm sure we will have some very enlightening engagements and insights being shared by each one of them, which will take us forward and understand where things actually stand. But to begin with, since in the midst of all this, infrastructure is an area of absolute concern, be it ports, roads, railways, airports, inland waterways, what have you. Each one of this is going to have an impact on how things are going to play out in the supply chain and logistics world in the coming years. And will it help to keep India up right on top? So I'll open up this discussion with Mr. Amit Bhardwaj. And my first expectation from you is to understand the kind of advancements, etc., that the country is making in terms of infrastructure. Do you think it is good enough? And in particularly the ports, are we geared up to possibly handle the kind of volumes that we are expecting to see in the years to come?
I think we should break this up into potentially three parts. One is the fact that you're physically into ports. You know, most of us are in that business. You look into rail siding, ports, terminals, whatever. So that's one part. The other part is the integrated value of all the modular elements of infrastructure. Because you have ports, you also have roads, then you have the rail, and I would then say, what is the common bond between all of them? Is, in my books, digitization. The fact that the e-play today is stronger than ever before. If I just take where we were 5-10 years ago to where we are now, clearly digitization has led the way in many, many ways. So that's a no-brainer. We have seen this. It was spoken about it just right now. You can work from home, which otherwise was conceived impossible pre-COVID. It has brought transparency. It has brought focus on that part. On the ports perspective, so very specifically ports perspective, it's interesting to see that this is no longer seen in isolation. I think what is very interesting, and we see this now on a day-to-day level, is the various stakeholders today are coming and talking. So you're not taking an independent discussion. You're actually taking a very data-driven, highly engaged discussion with various players who are actually coming forward in such an engaging manner, which you would have never imagined 10, 15 years ago. Today, you would have export and import associations talking and making at least an intelligent guess as to where the trade is going to go. Not in terms of down level, but at a bigger level. So you can take a broader discussion. That would mean that while the port itself is in a time zone it's not gradual, You don't have a port going 2% every year. It's not there, then suddenly in 10 years you have one big port standing up. But that time frame today reduces. So it allows you to cater to the market volatility with an increased frequency and a smaller frequency. You don't have to wait to get 10 years of information to take a discussion. You can have that foresight now to have something 5 years ahead so that you're already 10 years ahead. So 10 years ahead of the game already. I think in that way today the ports, which is engagement from the ministry for sure, from lead stakeholders like customs bodies. We even have Concord actually even talking today, very openly sharing data, having decision points. We have customers talking today coming up, and I don't just mean shipping customers, I'm talking end users who are coming and saying, this is my plan. How can we grow together? Because I'm not going to stop growing, and I need you to help me in this part. Knowing very well that you are very potentially just one peg in the integrated chain. So I think today we are positioned a lot better to react to the market a lot faster than we were ever in the past. But that being said, are we really, really out of the woods? No. We see the congestion now also. For those of us who deal with Nhava Sheva, it's a mess. For reasons we know all. But will it continue to be a mess? No. So I'm very sure that the present forward-looking note is very positive. we have taken leaps and bounds over where we were 10, 15 years ago, and it's going on a strong note. Now what then comes up is how quickly these are revised, how quickly are these viewed, whether we engage, so that we continue to stay ahead of the game. That's a question of time, engagement, and potentially looking at the global trade.
Okay, I'm a little prompted to ask you something. When you mentioned about these congestions in the land. Many years ago, when the ports had not come up the way they are now, not that they are good enough, maybe we'll address that later. But we still do see congestion in spite of the huge capacity building that has happened in all these ports. And one of the things that when ICDs started to come up, because earlier, all the hinterland cargo used to move across and then reach the ports, and then there was own challenges in the ports. I mean, I'm sure people, the ancient ones like me and others, I won't name some of them because they might feel offended, but we saw these kind of congestions in the ports at times. The ICDs came and to a large extent eased that situation. But today, I sense there is another problem that we are seeing, and that's exactly why I want to ask you this question, is I think the number of ICDs that are coming up are simply mushrooming, everywhere. So whilst a terminal is available for everybody, is that really the answer? Or probably we need better warehousing facilities to ensure that the supplies from the hubs, manufacturing hubs, to the warehouses, and then moving on to, let's say, the ICDs and the various ports. Where do you see probably the spoke in the wheel?
See, I don't think you can really put a warehouse just because you find a piece of land somewhere. It has to be somewhere in the geometric center of captive cargo. Then that gets potentially serviced by an ICD. You're right that, years ago, and if I take Nhava Sheva as an example, it wasn't many years ago till almost Nhava Sheva was total at a throughput level, ICD was somewhere around 30-40%. Today it's only about 16-18%. But then what is the 16 is more the central India, which comes more of that. The north side is moved more to the Gujarat ports. But that being said, Nhava Sheva has actually grown a lot more volume than it ever did before. In last calendar together, they did approximately 6 million TEUs. This year, they're actually growing Feb, if I remember my numbers right. Feb has grown 10% over Feb last year, 9.8 if some details. So I think what's happening is that while the ICD has moved, and you correctly pointed that out, it's been replaced by clusters in the local immediate vicinity, 2, 500, 700 at some point of time. To answer the question, is ICD a solution? Or I would definitely never undermine the importance of ICD plays. They are very, very key players and enablers of the trade, both inbound and outbound. Is warehousing the solution? It would be a question of supply chain design than random placement of warehouses, because you wouldn't want to have a warehouse here or in some place 300 kilometers, just if it's then going to do a lot of trucking or whatever, because then you're adding not only potential cost, but more important that you're adding time. And in today's world, you're actually even going against the decarb initiative. That's just what everybody's taking in. So I think it's going to be a fair combination of all of these. But they need to follow the place where the manufacturing or trading, depending on what is being come, is going. So it will eventually, these cargo clusters would move, or they would put their flags around where these grow. It's going to be more an entire integrated mix of complex costs calculation, labor availability, quality of labor availability, safety of the cargo itself, than just have a simple ICD warehousing structure. Close to the ports, I would say warehouser is a bigger enabler. Once you cross 1,000 kilometers, 1,500 IPR from this part, so ICD potentially with warehousing is a bigger enabler. I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, somewhat. Probably, what I was trying to come at is, much of the congestion sometimes I feel that is happening in the ports is probably because of the lack of warehouse. That people tend to use the extended free times and this and that as, and which is only adding to the congestion. If the ports get decongested fast and things move out, probably, the efficiency of the operations in the ports will increase significantly, and that'll help the entire trade altogether.
Oh, there's no denying that.
Yeah. Anyway, thanks. We'll come back as the discussions are progressing in case there is anything that we wish to have. Audiences, we will be addressing, taking questions from you all, but probably at the end of the discussions. So please be engaged in the discussions so that you have your questions. I believe the microphones are all placed at various strategic locations. So you'll need to walk up to one of the mics and introduce yourselves and ask us questions. But that's at the end towards the end of our discussions, right? I will now want to ask our customs personnel, Mr. Srikant Pant. Usually the processes, etc., the documentary requirements and all this are considered to be a very cumbersome affair. And, I understand that the procedures and labs are something which needs to be followed, but it needs to be made simple. A. B, I think a lot of the so-called compliances can be done away with because sometimes one does tend to feel that there are a lot of repetitive things. I'm not trying to find fault with the customs, but I'm just trying to say, and I'm sure that things have eased significantly over the years. And what is the direction in which the Customs and Central Excise Department is addressing this to make things easy and moving fast so that supply chain and trade is, facilitated?
Thank you. I believe before I begin, some clarifications are in order. So originally, Principal Commissioner Vijay Singh Chauhan sir was supposed to handle this panel, but he is predisposed due to an urgent meeting. So I am here to fill some very large shoes. With that in mind, with respect to the particular question that you asked with respect to documentation, I would like to go back a few years and reflect the status where we are today compared to where we were before. So earlier, the entire customs processes were manual. So if you had to file a bill of entry, you had to file it manually. From there, now we are in a system where we call that we have Turant customs. We are faceless, paperless, contactless customs, where all the documents that are required are filed online on e-Sanchay. You don't have to come and give us any documents. Where we are contactless by way that there is no interaction needed. If any out of charge is to be granted by any officer, it is done online. If any examination has to be scheduled for any particular consignment, that is done online. Apart from that, we are also faceless now, which means that the assessment of any bill of entry is anonymous, it is more transparent, it is more quicker basically, simply because it is purely on the merit of the case that is presented nowadays. So this is a big change which has come in the past few years, and we have been able to do it because now technology is available. And as we know that with time, we are integrating more and more technology into customs. As far as regulations is concerned, we have also tried to look at technological solutions to that. For example, one example would be ECTS, the Electronic Cargo Tracking System. Earlier, there used to be a lot of documentation, warehouses needed to give space certificates that had to be verified. A lot of documentation used to happen, and an importer used to move from pillar to post to get it done. Now it is done seamlessly online through an electronic platform, GPS-enabled tracking devices attached to a container. No one needs to go with the container. When the device is opened, an SMS and alert automatically comes to customs. So with introduction of technology, a lot of change is coming. And I believe that with time, this will only increase. And this, going forward, I believe that we will have a much better situation, and hopefully we'll be as seamless and as efficient as you wish us to be.
That's encouraging, and I think it looks promising also. There was this, there's been this problem, I think, in India we've been facing, is of ethics. Somehow, compliances, etc., you try to find a roundabout way to avoid it rather than adhere to it. And added to that, I think earlier, there has been this element of customs and a fear. Probably of late, I would definitely credit you all that that has probably eased out a bit. I'm not too sure about the ethics part of it as yet. Probably you're all in a better position to understand that and help us to know it now. Because ethics will also play a big role if India really has to march ahead. So ethics in the industry is going to be important. If the fear has gone, probably, is it, or I dare say, is it because you all have become more customer friendly, or is it that the trade has become more accustomed to customs?
So I believe that what I'll do is that, see, Customs Act is a very organic act. The primary work that we do is threefold. Main thing is revenue collection. There is another aspect of it is security, which is essentially border management. And the third pillar of customs right now, which is becoming increasingly more important every day, is now trade facilitation. With respect to trade facilitation, if we talk about what is happening on the ground right now, I can on top of my head point out particularly three things. One of them is that we are doing annual time release study nowadays. So what time release study does is that we measure the dwell time of customs of all major ports in India with respect to all stakeholders, with respect to shipping lines, with respect to custodians, with respect to customs, with respect to other partner government agencies. And see, ultimately what gets measured gets done. So the idea with time release study is that if we make ourselves accountable and publish a white paper every year, and this year's time release study is going to come by end of this month, so it kind of makes us accountable to you and you to us. So it works both ways. So other than time release study, the second major part of it is formation of trade facilitation committees. For example, we have NCTF at the center level, and then we have CCFCs and PTFCs, which you and I have been a part of for quite a while. So the idea behind these CCFCs and PTFCs is that regular interaction between different stakeholders in the supply chain, so that we can sit down together over a cup of tea, discuss at length, openly, any issues that we have and find reasonable solution to these issues. So the context and the solution to these issues may not be as much as we want, but perhaps with time we will reach there. And we can only work towards that goal. And lastly, if you ask me, the third major thing which is happening right now is that we are increasingly integrating more and more technology. For example, in various ports, we are increasing more infrastructure. A lot of container scanners have come up recently at Nhava Sheva, Mundra and other ports. Other than that, we are upgrading our revenue laboratories, CRCL, and these laboratories are being upgraded on a regular basis to keep pace with the requirement. And lastly, we are also bringing in any, for example, one example would be that we have now dog squads in all major ports. We are going to launch one within 6 months in ICD Tughlakabad, which is just 10 minutes away from here. So earlier what used to happen is if there was any suspicion about NDPS, the consignment used to be held up for months. Now we'll have a ready solution on our hand and the consignment will be released quite easily if there is nothing wrong with it. So what I'm trying to say is that slowly and steadily we are increasingly, by sitting together, by discussing, by being accountable, we are trying to find solutions for whatever problems that we have. And we are quite open to anyone coming and telling us if we can do better. And I believe that if we think you can do better, we would be direct enough to tell you that.
Yeah, I will in fact endorse and second what Shikhar was mentioning about the regular meetings that we've been having with all stakeholders. And let me tell you, over a cup of tea And I'll request that make those more often, if for nothing else, for the kind of cup of tea we get. You know? So, anyway, to come back on a more serious note, all parameters that are, and opinions and being shown now are that India is definitely likely to grow exponentially as far as the EXIM trade is concerned. That's the general opinion. I'm sure the government and you being as part of the government agency would have been doing your own studies in this direction. Unless it is a very confidential information, would it be possible for you to share with us and the rest of all of us here, where are things expected to go? Are we headed in a big way somewhere, or is it all much ado about nothing? So can you throw some light on what are the internal studies showing that, okay, you need to gear up for a lot of more business coming up?
I'll begin with the WTO trade facilitation agreement that happened before. India was one of the first countries to adopt almost all provisions of trade facilitation agreement. One of them was time release study that we just discussed. At the moment, we are focused on time particularly because we use time as a proxy of cost. Going forward, I believe that we will also look at capacity. For example, right now we do not have any ready-made information or any publicly available information as to how much capacity to turn around cargo at any port. It's not publicly available. We can make guesses, but it's not there. But I believe with time that will happen. Another thing that we are looking at is that instead of just publishing mean values, that is, this is the expected time or this is the expected capacity, we want to focus on variance so that we can give you some confidence interval as to what that capacity actually is, so that businesses can be planned ahead. Saying that if we look at other areas that we have, trade facilitation is now a very important part of the government. Almost all policies of the government are being designed to have trade facilitation in mind. We have overhauled the authorized economic operator scheme. We have launched new schemes like direct port delivery, direct port entry. All these schemes are, in some of these schemes are indigenous to us. Some of them we are taking example of other countries. And we believe that we can't say whether trade will go or which way the policy must go. But what we can actually do is that we should integrate whatever technology is available to us and to find bottlenecks. For example, one of the discussions earlier by sir was that there is a lot of congestion in the ports. Now, there are two ways to look about it. One is that I can say that we have been continuously upgrading the infrastructure and still we have congestion, which means the economy is booming, right? And the other way to look at it is that we perhaps are not doing the best that we can, and I believe that the answer lies somewhere in the middle. The way forward for us would be to find what we can do better and to anticipate the needs of the future so that we can come to a common ground and provide better infrastructure for better, logistics.
Thank you, Shikhar. The country is really focusing a lot of attention on digitization, on development of rail, road, ports, and various other infrastructures. And I would like to avail this opportunity of the opinion of my dear friend Paroma, a young lady who spent many years in this industry and is very well versed and conversant with possibly all these developments that are going on there. And how does she see it as a program of the government of India to fit into the scheme of preparedness for the future of whether India is indeed emerging to be the next global hub of supply chain? Paroma, your views.
Thank you, Neil, for your very kind words. The theme of today, Carpe Diem, seize the day. I think that is really the essence of what the NISAA Business Forum 2023 is asking us to focus on. I want to thank Captain Mishra and Mr. Kalyanram for their very insightful thoughts. Actually, they've given us a great platform and a background for our group discussion here. Coming back to what you said, Nilka, seize the day. Basically, what we are asking ourselves at this forum is India ready to be the next global manufacturer and supplier to the world? Automatically, I think everybody, all countries, tend to compare themselves with China. So let's have a look at what China does or has been doing. Very briefly, I won't take up a lot of your time. China has had a very, very focused policy on their maritime sector. They have had a look east policy. All of their ports, because of also the natural coastline, is towards the east. The Bohai Bay, North China, South China, and so on. They've achieved tremendous success. Their manufacturing sector, their manufacturing industry is something which probably history books will be written about. India, on the other hand, just on the maritime sector, has been very egalitarian, I would say, in development of ports. We have a 7,200 kilometer coastline, and the government of India has taken steps and efforts to ensure that almost the entire coastline is well addressed and has the penetration into the local hinterlands, so that the cost of transportation is supposed to reduce. As Mr. Kalyanram rightly pointed out, a very key factor in the logistics space is containerization. So when we move just a step beyond ports, we move towards rail and road and containers, bulk movements. The fact of the matter is, as he rightly said, until we reduced our cost of manufacturing or our cost of export, can we really compete with China, and I would even say to a great extent, with Bangladesh, Vietnam, Cambodia? All of these countries have a very good track record for manufacturing and export of ready-made garments, which is a very high-value commodity, and is of excellent value to the exchequer. Now, while I have the greatest admiration for where our Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Modi, has taken us and continues to lead us, and so does his cabinet and his ministers, I do have a few questions for all of us, which it is up to us, I think, as stakeholders who are in the business, to take forward and seek solutions from the government of the day. I would ask, I have my colleague here in APM Terminals, I have Atit Mahajan, who's one of the biggest shipping lines in the world, and there are so many others of the maritime sector here. What is the cost? What is the port call cost of your vessel in Nhava Sheva as compared to Jebel Ali? I'm sure we all know, I'm sure we all have done our studies. Jebel Ali, Singapore, Rotterdam, Shanghai, there are a lot of ports that we can use as benchmarks to see our cost of one vessel call, one window, one berth. So if our cost is 4 or 5 times higher, depending on the port, how exactly are we going to be competitive? Why would a shipping line deploy an 18,000 TEU vessel, assuming the draft is available, and create a mainline service into India, if the cost of that operation is so prohibitive that it makes far more sense to go to a terminal in Colombo and send a smaller size vessel up country? It could be west or east coast. We have to go down to how do we actually break down the components of the logistics cost in India. So this is it's a very, very brief point, something to ponder about. It is up to us to make a case for it and to take it up with the government of the day, the policy makers, and explain and also provide solutions. Not just complain, be part of the problem. I think all of us not only in this room but beyond, have the wherewithal and the insight, knowledge, experience to provide solutions. Let's come to intermodalism. What is intermodalism or multimodalism? Multimodal is basically a single document, a single invoice. Intermodal is different modes with different invoices, not complicated. A very large portion of this is the link in the supply chain is rail. Now, all of us are in the ICD business. Here, particularly North India, is the center and the heart of all ICDs. I have always felt that ICD Tughlakabad, Mr. Kalyan Ram, Mr. Sanjay Swarup, sir, is like a magnet. If it were not for Tughlakabad, North India ICDs would not exist. And this I can say when I was not even in the country, but looking at it from the outside. It was like this living organism which would simply draw business towards itself where the business belonged, closer to the customer, closer to the shipper and the consignee. So we have grown, we have learned from that model, we have gone beyond that. Neelkant, you mentioned there's a proliferation of ICDs. I would say, yes, but I think it should be left to the private sector to determine where they feel there is economic and business sense to developing an ICD. I do not think it is the place for the government of any country to decide where any private company or investor should put their money. So that is another, I'm touching very briefly on a few topics. Now coming to rail. What is the cost of operation of running a container train from North India or Central India to the port? If we do a simple calculation of why is it that the road to rail sector continues to be skewed in favor of road? And I am completely in agreement with the road sector. There is space for everyone. They're doing a very good job. The highways are excellent. The caliber of drivers, their lifestyles have improved. There is no reason why they should not succeed. Having said that, what is the, there are far bigger people than me in this room in the rail sector, so I should not choti muh badi baat. But I will say that a very large portion of the earning is actually given to Indian Railways. So out of every 100 rupees earned, if 80% of that is to be given back to the government, to the policymakers, how exactly are we going to reduce cost of that transportation? I am in no way suggesting that the price should be sliced to 50%. There is no such magic figure. But what I'm trying to say is competitiveness. How do we achieve competitiveness? China has achieved competitiveness through their economic policies. They also have a system of encouraging business which at one level is extremely efficient, but in some cases can also be quite ruthless. And I'm very proud to say that because we are a democracy of the kind we are, I think we like to take everybody with us. And when you have overall buy-in of the population that you represent, I think that is really the way forward, rather than pushing through schemes or infrastructure which may impact people who perhaps don't have a voice. That said, there is the National Logistics Policy, which has now been introduced. And there are also individual policies, or should I say, roadmaps that a lot of private companies have developed. Where does this all dovetail? Has anybody done an assessment of the existing infrastructure in the country before developing a national logistics plan or platform to integrate all of this into one cohesive program? I think we are very fortunate, Neelkant, that we are part of a country where the logistics story actually still has to unfold. But unless there is a large blueprint There may be capacities created which are underutilized, and there may be capacities which are overutilized and therefore are rendered inefficient. So I won't take up a lot more time. I would like to say that for us to be globally competitive, we also have to look not just at global best practices. These are little, phrases which are used. I would like us to do a real deep dive and to see how we can actually reduce the cost of investment in this country, the cost of global merchant shipping companies to bring the vessels which come to India automatically, unfortunately, attract a very high ocean freight. Correct me if I'm wrong, Atin. As a result, with a higher ocean freight, your export is automatically less competitive than it would be from some other country. Why is that? So let's go into that. I'm sure there are the right minds and very knowledgeable people already working on this. Let's hope for the best. Thank you.
Thanks, Paroma. I'm not too sure whether the ocean freights are high or not. I'm sure Atit is already probably regretting where things are at the moment, and most of us are. But anyway, that was interesting what you mentioned. But one area where I'd just like to engage with you is whether it is going to be India or it is going to be the other Southeast Asian countries. I think you mentioned Cambodia and Vietnam, just to name a few. I completely agree with you that the shift from China, if it is going to happen, the reading is that the shift from China is not necessarily due to the economic policies of China or the failure of economic policies of China. Probably it is the flexing of muscle by China, which is where I think things are changing a bit, and it's a diplomatic move or a political move by the world at large, and in the process, a democracy like India is standing out. But surely I do not see it happening that China and India is going to get a whole hog of it or something like that. And even if India gets the whole hog of it, I don't think India will be able to manage it. Likewise, I sense that whilst some will definitely go to countries like Cambodia, Vietnam, Indonesia, probably the challenge that these countries face, where India stands to be in a position of advantage, is the gateways available from these countries. I mean, the coastline of India compared to, let's say, the others, and the development of the coastlines in India as compared to these other countries. Don't you see that probably in that measure, there is a good chance that India will stand actually to gain as becoming a possible hub, manufacturing hub in the coming years, if things shift out of China, if they shift out of China?
Neelkant, actually some of the manufacturing has shifted out of China, but I don't think India has been the real gainer here, if you look at numbers. And as you rightly mentioned, which I also said, is that we've taken advantage of our entire coastline, west and east combined. But are we really utilizing the investment which has been put into ports, which is humongous? Investment in a port is gargantuan levels. But there are ports on the east coast, probably on the west as well, which are seriously underutilized. And the reasons for that are perhaps, going back to the drawing board, the plan for those ports perhaps have not really been exactly what that region was looking for. I can't say, I haven't been into it. But I do know that India has a very natural coastline and the kind of ports required to replace, if not entirely, some part of transshipment over Colombo, Jebel Ali and Singapore. I see no reason why it can't be done. So if you look at whether it's Krishnapatnam, it can be one of the Chennai ports, Ennore, Kattupalli, or even Vizhinjam, Vallarpadam, we haven't put in our best to make it happen. This is something which requires all stakeholders to push together in the same direction.
I will agree with you. So do you see that probably India is attracting a lot of FDI, across all sectors? Do you think India must channelize some of that FDI into better development, not necessarily in terms of only the ports, but the entire support mechanism that goes to develop the ports and the trade. Do you think we are lacking somewhere, or we are just getting too focused into developing the port and not really seeing the support systems that needs to make the process complete?
You know, a water port or a dry port requires an ecosystem around it. It can't be a standalone investment which will run on its own. Evacuation from a port or entry into a port is one of the biggest, ease of doing business in that location. So I don't really think we can keep everything at the doorstep of the government. The points I have made is to look at the cost of, operating at an Indian port, vessel calls at an Indian port, paying off Indian Railways, haulage, or even, I don't know whether, GST has made a huge difference. But are there taxes which impact the road sector? I'm not an expert, so I can't say. But if there are enablers which can be triggered, I think they should be. As far as ports are concerned, I think currently we have some really good world-class ports. We just have to attract the right kind of business. Coastal, as Mr. Kalyanram said, has to be developed further. It's a very good option. It's a very eco-friendly option. But the cost of it, again, is quite prohibitive. Rail, north-south, south-north movement is also very expensive, and given our very large demographics in North India, it will always be a natural consumption area because of the population and the per capita income, the buying power available in the north of the country. So how do you feed that from southern ports? That is where we need to focus. I recall when I first joined the shipping industry, we used to run, in APL, we used to run trains, Concor used to run the trains for us, from Chennai to Tughlakabad. And those trains, we used to bring in special vessels. They used to carry Samtel, black and white picture tubes for televisions. And Concor ran that service very effectively for some time, but they couldn't keep it up because there was no backload. So it was not right for us to expect that service would continue. So we have to see how can you have a 2PL service provider also getting backloads. You have to develop those plans to make it succeed in the long term. Thanks.
Okay. I'll now ask the views of Mr. Adit Mahajan. Sir, not very long ago, China was, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, brimming with a lot of cargo, and ships were going full. We had challenges as far as capacity, space, etc. is concerned. And then suddenly things have dropped dramatically and drastically, putting a lot of pressure on, essentially, into India to begin with. In your opinion, what is it that has triggered this all off? Where do you see it headed to? And how long do you think is this going to continue? Or is there a China story that the world fears will actually happen?
So, thanks. First of all, thanks for inviting me on this panel. It's very interesting to know the different perspectives which I'm hearing here. Now, on the question of just specifically to answer your question about what has happened recently, about what China, the fact is what happened in the time of pandemic was a sudden rise of demand in the Western world, especially in US, because of they worrying about their supply chains, and they overstocking more than they're stocking more than just-in-time stocking which we were used to prior to 2020. This sudden increase of demand didn't have the sea capacity, neither it had the land capacity, especially on the western side, especially in US, because as developed US is, its infrastructure on the port side and all is not as developed as what Europe has or what Asia has. So this created a situation of a lot of capacity getting stuck in congestion, and this is the reason you saw whatever happened. China requiring a lot of capacity, pulling it towards China, China-US trade lane pulling a lot of capacity, and that is why the other geographies having less capacity, and the freight rates going where they were. Now, what you suddenly see is exactly happening opposite of what happened in 2020 and 21. after the February 2022 war, which has started, and the inflation which has caught up, in 2022, the second half, the inflation has been extremely high in Europe. The sentiments in these Western consumption areas have gone very negative. And exactly what happened in 2020 and 21, where the overstocking actually increased the capacity, increased the demand substantially high. This now has gone to destocking because the demand has gone down and the Western world is now destocking what they had overstocked earlier. And it is inversely proportionate. You see that suddenly China, that there is a lot of lack of demand for China from the Western countries. Now this is going to settle at some point of time because the world will start consuming again at the level where it should be. There are 2 or 3 things which will happen. First of all, when the stocking comes to the normal levels. The second thing is sentiments improving in the Western world. So what is going to happen is today, when with the 2022, this is my expectation. In 2022, the second half had a very high inflation base. So in 2023, the inflation, you will have an apparently you will feel that the inflation in the West is sobering down. This creates a different kind of, because stock markets also work on sentiments and all markets work on sentiment. So these things are going to settle to some extent. I don't see that this drop in China is because of the geopolitical, this immediate drop in China which we are seeing today, or the capacity which is withdrawn out of China because the lack of demand in China is because of sudden realization of the world that they are too much dependent on China, and these geopolitical tensions with US or China or the Western world which China has. This is not going to change in 6 months. This is not going to change in 1 year. Having said that, what is happening is there is a rethink about all these Western countries about how their supply chains had been concentrated. There are 2 things. One was the geopolitical side where they have realized that China has started showing their teeth. The second thing is COVID made them realize that having concentrated supply chains in single geography is something which is, from a business point of view, forget about geopolitics, from a business point of view, not a very sane decision. So now they want to diversify. Now that's the context. Now in that context, if you actually look at today, okay, and the immediate China +1, so there are 2 aspects which are happening. First is 3 aspects. One is China +1, which actually creates alternative sourcing in different countries. And then there is nearshoring, where some part of irrespective of the cost, some part of the manufacturing in the Western countries is going to happen in their own countries. Some part is going to happen to their neighboring countries, like US is doing a lot of nearshoring in Mexico. It's just to diversify their supply chain and look at the average cost which they are spending rather than looking at the cheapest cost, because they want some guarantees on their supply chain. So you see a lot of China +1 being today benefited by Vietnam more than India. As of today, if you look at statistics, a lot of China +1 is going towards Vietnam, a nearshoring is going towards Mexico. Mind you, why it is happening like that? My perspective is, the first phase of China +1, the investments are happening from the Chinese companies itself. It's not the Western companies who are investing. The manufacturers in China are setting up factories in Vietnam, are setting up factories in Mexico for nearshoring and China +1. So the first phase, because even China realizes that this is a risk for them. So the Chinese companies realize that there is a risk of them. So the first tranche of China +1 shift is happening from the Chinese companies itself. And today in India, because of the geopolitical situation, Chinese companies are not automatically welcome. Since May 2020, we need, and they have gone through a approved mode. It was not, now it's not sector-based. For China specifically, you need to have a special approval for a Chinese company to bring in more capital or set up a new organization. So that is where in the short term, we may be facing problem. If Galwan would have not happened, you would have seen some part of it, the Chinese companies itself coming and investing here. Mind you, if you see Foxconn and many of their investors, many of their suppliers have got permissions and they have set up their shops in India. So it's not about the Chinese, if it was easier for the Chinese companies, that would have happened even with Vietnam in India also. I'm talking about now the current situation. But if you're talking about future, okay, what Vietnam doesn't have and what Mexico doesn't have is the large domestic market which India has. And the investment in India is not going to come only from a point of view of making India as an export hub. The investment in India is actually going to first come with the intent to address the market which is in India. Mind you, in the next 10 years, we are going to be doubling our middle class. You look at the discretionary spend increase which is going to happen in the next 10 years. It's not just export-oriented thought process of Apple that they want to put a factory in India. They want to address India as a market. And then definitely there is a byproduct of their strategy where India can also be used as a... So what we need to also first understand is, India is going to benefit because of its domestic market. The investments are going to come because of the domestic market, and the secondary strategy of that will be when the manufacturing capacity is created, then you have this exim possible. Now, question, because there's some part of, I would just say, because I was hearing everybody.
Yeah, please.
Some part of it is, are we ready? That's the question. Are we ready for? Because look at the scale. China is 10 times more. I'm talking about the containerized traffic. I don't have much knowledge about the non-containerized cargo flows. China today, the Chinese market on a containerized side is 10 times bigger than India. If we say India is an alternative to China, will we be able to take care of 10 times growth in the next 10 years? I doubt. Because things don't happen. China didn't happen. Where China is, it didn't happen in 5-6 years. It has happened in 30 years. So we definitely are going to be benefiting out of it, but we will not be the only alternative. We'll be the one of the alternatives. So
will we be the
one of the alternatives?
The bigger share?
Yeah, but that is what we should try. That is what we should aim at. Now, what are the issues from a point of view of? It's what I see. I'm not an economist, neither I am an infrastructure expert. But based on my knowledge, based on the statistics, when I look at from a shipping line point of view, from an infrastructure point of view, the biggest issue is infrastructure, right? So from a point of view of, if you look at what the government is doing, it's doing everything right, because what infrastructure development happened on the road and rail sectors in the last 10 years is almost equal to what happened 65 years prior to that. So the government is doing its job. Because a large part of that capex has to be on the infrastructure side, has to come from the government, because the payback for these projects are not very easy. The private players are not going to participate in whole of those kind of capex, whether it is rail or road. So that the government is doing. Now if you look at, again, from the side of ports, now I personally feel that even after having so much of port capacity today, northwest of India, first of all, northwest of India is 70% of the containerized traffic and 30% is southeast of India. Northwest of India, as of today, has somewhere around 17.4 million. And when I look at that, I don't look at Nhava Sheva and Mundra separately, because I look at Nhava Sheva and Mundra together. And Pipavav and Mundra, and Kandla and Hazira, everything. Okay, so the whole northwest, because there is a lot of cargo, which is the cargo coming from here, okay, is interchangeable between Mundra and Nhava Sheva if it needs be. If Mundra gets congested tomorrow, why Mundra has so much of importance is because Nhava Sheva got congested. And I always say, within my internal discussions, I always say that thanks to Nhava Sheva, Mundra happened. If Nhava Sheva would have not had the congestions for the long period, Mundra would have not had the significance which it has today. So, on the northwest side, if you look at it, it's somewhere around 17.4 million TEUs, broadly. The throughput for 2020 was 14 million TEUs for the whole of northwest. We already are at 77% of that capacity. 60% of capacity means now, based on when I talk to Amit, when I talk to Adani's, when I talk to all the people, I talk to JM Bakshi, I talk to, when I look at, and I have just plotted what is the next capacity coming in the next till 2030, 60% capacity is getting added. But I'm telling you, just with I think so it's 7% of cargo growth, which is a very meager cargo growth, which I'm just taking a very, not a pessimistic also, I'm taking a very, pessimistic is too bad, but this is like an average, a realistic kind of, if nothing happens of this, all this story which we are talking about, it's still we are going to grow at 7%. So with the 7% growth, I'm telling you in 2028-29, we are going to be at 100% of capacity of whatever 60% is added by 2030. We have a problem here. We have a problem here. The problem and how the problem, because what you were saying, how the port development has happened. The port development has happened in Nhava Sheva and Mundra. These are the two big ones. So out of this northwest, when you add up, almost 90% of the capacity is coming out of these two ports. When these two ports become so big, the necessary infrastructure or the necessary support system comes around these ports. Now, even a Tuna Tekra port, okay, even a Kandla port. So today I'll tell you what, in Mundra is already at 90% of its capacity, container. Kandla, which is just 60 kilometers away, in its capacity utilization is much lower. Now you logically would have thought, why is Mundra cargo not going to Kandla? Okay, but it's not possible because what Mundra has as its support system, Kandla doesn't have today. And that is the reason what you were saying, that even if we have a longer coastline, the way the development has happened, these two big animals like JNPT and Mundra have become so big that now having competing other ports, it needs to have a huge amount of investment and waiting for cargo, which already is there with people like Nhava Sheva and Mundra. So we have a problem on the port side. If you look at the south and east, we have approximately 11 million TEUs of capacity. Only 45% use. Now you may say, okay, if northwest is getting congested, why can't we use south and east? But you look at the hinterland infrastructure which has been put. The hinterland infrastructure is more towards northwest. Even on the DFCs, the western DFC is prioritized, but eastern DFC has its own time to get completed. I personally feel that there is a lot of fuel to be burned on the eastern states where you can have cheaper manufacturing which can come for China +1 and all those things. And you need ports at the east to be catering to those kind of volumes. But you need to have infrastructure for that. And on the infrastructure side, I think so we are more concentrated on north and west. So we do have underutilized capacities on south and east, but I don't see more investments being put there because these capacities are not going to being utilized even by 2030 and even in 2035. But in northwest, you will have more these capacity getting utilized. So we have a problem on the port side. This is what I can say. Now on the hinterland side, even today's capacities, forget about the MMLPs and all those things which are going to come. Even at today's capacities, we are only 50% full. There may be some ICTs like, Dadri is going to its capacity, Sonipat may be going to its capacity, there are some places where you say TKD is doing well. So there are pockets of ICTs which are doing well. But if you look at the whole capacity which has been created in the NCR region, only 45, it's not even touched 50. And then we are talking about MMLPs and we are talking about more capacities coming. So I think so from a point of view of infrastructure being ready on the hinterland, we will be there because we already have plans. But from an EXIM point of view, I see problems on the port side. So we need to address on the port side. And this is something which is at the policy level, not even at individual companies level. So these are the things which we need to address for us to be ready because again, even in Nhava Sheva and Mundra, we are seeing Nhava Sheva and Mundra as big ports. But in Nhava Sheva, I can't bring a 400-meter vessel today. I can't bring a 400 because I had a vessel of 400 meters which had to be brought, the biggest vessel at that point of time in India. I had to take it to Mundra. Nhava Sheva being one of the biggest ports, having almost 35% of the volumes of India, cannot handle a 400 meters. Not today. After the phase second, they can. So the issue, what I'm trying to say is, we need on the port side, we need a lot of rethinking on the infrastructure. And this is, from a policy point of view, this is to be addressed. This is to be addressed with the government, because to a large extent, I see Mundra only having some part of, they have a possibility of growing, but Nhava Sheva today have physical constraints on even growing after VMCT, the phase 2 of VMCT. So, for us, means, we talk about the possibilities. The possibility is huge. India can gain that possibility. On the infrastructure, internal infrastructure, we are doing well. And the internal infrastructure will be utilized not only for EXIM, but it will also be utilized for the domestic cargo, which will be increasing substantially. So I do see, from a domestic point of view, we being very much there and our economy to be growing substantially. For EXIM, I personally feel that on the port side, we have to do a lot.
Okay. On the port side, we have to do a lot. Probably historically, India lost out, maybe I would say Cochin lost out to Colombo, right? Ideally, had we disciplined ourselves, maybe we would have been having all the advantage. But do you think now Vizhinjam is the answer?
So, there is another port which we are thinking of. You know that, right? Nicobar. So there are two. So there are two possibilities. So there are already, I think, 10 people who have given the expression of interest for Nicobar. Okay. Yes, means by theory, if you ask me, yes. It looks like. Theory, we can. But imagine the economy of Sri Lanka is dependent on it. So it's not going to... See, ultimately, business happens by supply and demand. Business happens by... it's a matter of commercial. So, Sri Lanka as a country is going to look at commercially about how it will deal with it. And Vizhinjam is going to be just one port for India. Vizhinjam is not going to give a sleepless night to Mr. Modi.
No.
Yeah. So, but the Prime Minister of Sri Lanka will have a sleepless night for Colombo. That's the difference, So.
Okay. One last thing before we move on to our next panelist. You did mention that there's a trend among shipping lines to, or rather amongst countries, to move the sourcing to areas nearby. Like you said about the example of USA moving mostly into Mexico and things like that. But that throws up one very interesting question. I think most of the shipping lines, across, have all built up their capacities, 24,000 TEU vessels, etc. Where do you see all this going then? If it's going to be just short sea routes and things like that, more or less.
There is a course correction which has already happened. If you see the new orders which are happening, you see the new...
But these are also new ships.
No.
All these 24,000 TEUs.
These are new ships. But
yeah.
What has happened in the last 2 years, if you look at, very few are in those ranges, about 20,000. Now, the course correction has happened. People have realized that 20,000, higher than 20,000 TEU ships doesn't have deployability other than Asia and North Europe. So, so where are these vessels deployed today? These are deployed on the Asia-Europe route. And deploying these, so normally what happens is, how shipping lines work. You know that.
I pretend to know that.
It's basically when the new capacity comes in, there is a trickling down of capacity. So, if there is bigger vessel which is coming in, you need to have those vessels to be deployed in the other markets, like Indian market or US market and all those things, Africa market. Now, 23,000 TEU ships only have a deployment in Asia to Europe. And that volume is there, okay? Now, if you want to grow on the other markets, you are looking at somewhere around 15 to 18,000 TEU ships. And this is going to be generally the pattern. So the problem is the cost of per slot. So you need to have, the bigger the vessel, the slot cost is less. But now people have realized what is the optimum size. And now you will see more of 11,000 to 18,000 TEUs vessels getting ordered.
Good. So hopefully even the freights will get corrected accordingly to some extent.
Again, freights are demand and
supply. Even
for for the things which we were talking about, port tariffs, or whether we are talking about railway freight. Now, I have a very simple question, because I know the railways have a responsibility. We need to realize this, why our freights are high. Our Indian Railways today has the responsibility of subsidizing the passenger, the passenger traffic. The passenger traffic, if you look at what railways get paid from the passenger traffic and what it spends on passenger traffic, the whole subsidy comes from Indian Railways. Where will it come from? It comes from freight. Now, when we compare rail with road, there is no truck driver who has to subsidize passenger traffic. And that is why you will have always the road traffic. So, how this is going to happen? So, it's all about cost. We all talk about cost per. Cost will only come down when the supply increases, when the supply is more than the demand. Unless it is regulated. But do you like TAM to regulate you? No, right? So the fact is, either you have regulations which decide artificially what should be the price, which nobody of us would like. And if it is a free market, the free market will only happen on supply and demand. So today, the issue is, there are some constraints for the government on Indian Railways and all, where they have to subsidize. Now, as our middle class will grow, as our domestic demography will improve in its per capita income, and the distribution of this per capita income is more even than what it is today, you will see people paying for their own expenses. So, today metro, we talk about metro in Mumbai, and we in Mumbai talk about metro, we say that metro has started in 2020s and 2021. This should have been 15 years ago. But that metro would have not been paid by anybody. Today we have people who can pay for metro, that is why metro is coming. So all these aspects, so when the economy will grow, and when subsidy is something which is not a necessity, then railways will be also able to price at the market, because they don't have the responsibility of it. So we need to understand all these challenges which is there, because we can put a problem, but the problem is not, it's not the government who wants to increase the cost, but it has a different responsibility also, right? So that's
Thank you, Mr. Mahajan. On what you just mentioned, I'll probably ask, just pass on a message to Sashi. Sashi, you need not sell as if you're going to fill up the 24,000 TEU ships. So please be a little more sparing and kind. Anyway, on a lighter note, I will now go over to our last panelist, not because of any other reason, but with a very purposeful objective. During the times when we were there, not that we are not there now, but in our younger days, women were hardly there in the industry. But it's very heartening to see that now more and more women are coming in the scene of the logistics and supply chain industry, and which is an encouraging sign, and women taking positions of responsibility and actually successfully delivering. During our times, we probably had only a Poroma around the place, right? And well, she's still very much there for us, but now there are more and more women coming, and Poroma definitely has done and achieved quite a bit. It'll be interesting to know from Alpana, one who's running a school of logistics, what kind of mix are you getting in terms of the students? And when you see the lady students or female students, how serious are they about participating in this industry? Or is it just like, okay, there's nothing else that is working out and therefore we'll try our hand here? Where do you see that sentiment to begin with?
Good evening. Thank you for calling me here and making me part of this interesting panel. I'm not part of the mainstream as you all have been talking, but yes, somewhere on the side, but a very, very important part of anything happening in the industry. So logistics if you ask anybody outside this hall, when you go out and you ask people, what is logistics? Nobody understands logistics. They'll have some, some preconceived, something to do with the army, something to do with the trucks, something to do with people driving. They don't understand. But logistics is a huge, huge business now. And I've been part of related industries. I've worked for aviation, but in aviation also I worked a lot for cargo. I worked for Airport Authority. I worked for when the cargo terminal was being made. I was there at the site office. So that was in the 80s, when when women did not really know much about cargo and sitting in a site office. So that's where I go back to. And running this logistics academy, one of the things, and in my academy, by the way, I'm sitting inside a warehouse. I'm sitting inside a functional warehouse, and we have our training center there, which makes it all the more interesting because, it's the real world that we are in. And when you're talking about women in logistics, and when you said, do they come because they have no choice? No, they have all the choice. Logistics is not one of the choices. They don't even think of logistics because they don't understand. So some of them...
Sorry, let me just, maybe I didn't put it across correctly. I didn't mean to say, I didn't want to imply no choice. What I probably was wanting to say is this their first choice, or is it that they have run out of their choices?
Yeah, they come, they are a little curious. First they need to understand, so first of all, not many women come. In my class, I would say about 20 to 25% girls are there, which is fairly good, and I'm getting there. Are women very, very active part of the industry? Yes. Are we there yet? No, because we really need to be in a better place. And that's what I'm doing. I'm sitting there, and when we have girls who come, and it's more, how do people know about our school? Because if some of the girls have been there, they will bring some more girls. They would have had the experience is good. They understand the business. They also understand logistics is not about only truck drivers or blue collar staff or people lifting very heavy objects or people driving very heavy vehicles. It's much, much more than that. I've been hearing of, infrastructure development, digitization, processes changing. So people have to work in all these departments. It could be women. It could easily be women with the background that they have, except that it still has to be branded well. We get girls. They are very happy to be there. They understand, and when they realize that, okay, this is an interesting job, you get, first of all, understanding logistics, the different verticals that are there. They do not even understand that e-commerce, something they have literally been leading their lives in the last 2-3 years with, is part of logistics. Freight forwarding is part of logistics. Terminal operation is part of logistics. Port operations is part of logistics. So first they have to understand that. And we teach them, what is it all about. And then they get excited because we help in placement also. And believe me, we have more demand these days. Everybody is asking me, Alpana, how many girls in your batch? Because send us the girls first. And that's the truth that I'm talking. For customer service, for sales, for documentation, for lots of jobs, they are looking at girls only. In fact, it's the girls who come here, and we have also been training women in villages of Haryana for warehousing. So these women, it's a 3-day workshop that we do. It's more of a CSR project. We go there, and first they come with their mothers-in-laws are also there, the women are also there, because they're all very curious to know, इनको क्यों बुलाया है यहाँ? What is it? ये जो मैडम आएंगे, ये क्या बताएंगी इनको? So they come, and first day we tell them what logistics is about. Second day and third day, we teach them a lot about warehousing, and they get jobs. We place them in the warehouses around. We've also done, there's a NGO called NAS Foundation. So we've also trained girls from that NGO. We had a batch of girls, about 20 girls, who again, they were part of, their Art Kadam initiative, where they were being put in retail, hospitality, lots of other sectors, except I happened to meet this friend of mine and I told her about what we do. She said, logistics, will they be interested? Will they learn? Will you be able to help place them? I said, okay, just give me one chance. And we had these 18 girls who were there. We were delivering the training online, and lots of them have got placed. They are very, very happy, and then that makes the other, girls happier to think that, okay, there's one more channel of career for them, and they can do well. So it is fairly nice. We want more people to be there, but then the branding has to be done. Yesterday only there was, one of the online magazines I had written about women in logistics, and I shared it with, with some friends. So they said, so this should not be published only in the cargo magazine. Please have it published outside. It's important that it gets published outside so people understand, women understand logistics, and women understand the opportunities there are. So branding is very, very important of logistics as a career option, logistics as a preferred career option, and logistics as a preferred career option for women. So what do? We go out to colleges. We go out to colleges and we talk to the girls, and we also take industry people with us. I would love to take a Paroma, or I'd love to take, others who would actually stand there and talk about their journey, their experiences, and make them excited about the industry. So that's important, that they get excited. They feel that it's like any other job. When you ask them expectations, they'll say, okay, salary hona chahiye, पैसे होने चाहिए, comfort होना चाहिए, कैसे पहुँचेंगे. I think even organizations are gearing up to it. They are, in the last 2 years, work from home has also become one of the options. So you can do it. People are supporting women. They need women, and they are supporting women. So I think we are in a good space, but we need to get there more.
Okay, Alpana, that's nice. And in fact, what is good to hear is that you are usually, receiving a kind of a demand saying, send the girls, So which means the propensity for absorption of all these girls is higher. And therefore, possibly they will come into the industry in course of time, which is nice. You've heard all of us, with various elements involved as far as the entire gamut of logistics and supply chain is concerned. In your course, do you see yourselves covering it all, or there needs to be some sort of a tweaking that you probably do going forward so that it becomes more adaptable to the requirements of the industry?
We are forever wanting to improve on our offerings. That's a bottom line. We are not a university who's running courses for years, the same books, the same jokes, the same incidents are written on those books and delivered by people. I say we are an initiative of the industry, for the industry and by the industry, literally like that. So whatever courses we do, and whenever I meet people from the industry, I go out to them and I ask them, So, first of all, what is the job role and what are the skills that you would want? There are some things which are very, very basic. They need to understand, the geography, very, very basic thing. They need to understand geography. They need to understand communication. They need to understand, general awareness about the world, about, where certain continents are, if China is to the east or to the west, or why should they, believe me, their basics are extremely, extremely not good. So you have to tell them. And as far as bettering the course, I think I'm always looking for improvement. I will always do more. I will always want to do more, and I will always reach out to the industry and ask them what is their ask from people they would employ, and what is it that the basic skills which I can teach. I can only make them about 70% job ready. 30%, the organization has to do it. But yeah, is that 70% for a particular job role, is that enough? Do you want me to do more things? I'll be very, very, very happy to make it.
Thank you, Alpana. That's a very encouraging note, and we will look forward to more and more people coming out of your institute and joining the industry and making our industry that much more better. So on that note, I think we have run through all the panelists. I would like to conclude the session here. Things do look promising as far as India is concerned. We should be grateful to the government and the policymakers of our country that the right paths are being taken, the right decisions are being taken, and the right atmosphere is being created for the future growth and development of our country. So the dream of the 5 trillion economy, I don't think is far away, if not nearer. So on that note, we will conclude. Is there any questions from the audience? We are running a little behind time, so we'd like to just, if any, we will take a few questions. Are there any questions? Oh, we seem to have clarified everything to them, I think. Huh? We've done a good job, I must say, the panelists. Huh? Oh, somebody's there? Come, take. Just when I thought we answered everything, you've come up.
Hi, good evening.
Could you just introduce yourself as well for the betterment of everybody?
Can you hear me well?
Could you be louder?
I said, can you hear me well?
Yeah, now we can.
Okay. My name is Ashish Shandil. I work with Seatrade Global Logistics. It's a 27-year-old freight forwarding company. I have traveled 74 countries. I have worked in Indonesia for 7 years, so I have a fair knowledge about, the various things that we've been talking about. I had been associated with textile industry for all these years primarily. And in India, we do talk about textile. The lady who was addressing, she started with, talking good about the textile industry. But unfortunately, that's one of the forgotten industries by governments across. Throughout our 75 years of nation building, we have forgotten that industry, even though it's one of the major employment churners and can be a major foreign exchange earner. So saying that, if I'll give you certain examples, because having lived in Indonesia and worked across Far East and other countries, there are factories in these areas which employ 20,000 people. So when it comes to a shift change, it's like a whole small town moving. So it's like a huge road blockage and stuff like that happens. So imagine 20,000 workers working in one factory.
Ashish, I'm just sorry. Is there a question you have?
No, what I'm trying to come to is that our panelists, that all people of the leaders of the industry, if you have just shared some of the thoughts which I think most of us also read and it's been further fortified. But have we taken this up with the government, where, specifically that how we can reduce the logistic cost, because that is one of the hot topics always, where we are talking about it should be reduced by 5 to 8%. Have we taken about, like ma'am said, about developing port as a counter to Sri Lanka? So those are the kind of things which the industry leaders have we actually taken up with the government or not?
Ashish, I'll take the liberty to answer it.
Yeah, please.
Okay, I think what the point you're making is very, very valid, and let me assure you that I have been on another session, another forum, and this issue was being discussed by the Joint Secretary, Ministry of Commerce and Logistics, and where it was I think it was last NISAA forum, if I'm not mistaken, or whatever. It was very clearly spelt out that we are talking in terms of bringing down, because as of now, probably the cost of logistics in India is the highest, but the government is focused towards bringing it down to a single-digit number. And the government is very clear that come 2023 or 2024, this will be there. So I think we should give them that space and see how it is. But yes, the focus of the government and the industry is very much there, and we are all working towards it. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, and we'll discuss it again in the next NISAA meeting.
I hope so. If not, if we don't have it, by then, we should discuss it again.
No, if we have it, we'll do cheers to that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sir.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay. I think that ends it up and sums it up for this evening. Is there anything that you all would like to ask each other or anything like that? No? You've had enough of each other. Anyway, thank you very much and for this session. And I hope you all enjoyed it as much as we enjoyed putting it across to you. And hopefully, we'll be better informed from here on. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you so much, all of you. I request you all to please stay back on stage. I would like to thank all the panelists, and especially I would like to thank Mr. Neelkant Gumala, sir, for moderating this beautiful session. Can we have a huge round of applause for them? Come on, everybody. So, ladies and gentlemen, as the very first session of this evening is ended now, I'd like to request on stage, I request Mr. Tarun Kalraji. I request him to please come on the stage, our executive member of NISAA. I request him to please come join us on the stage, and we have some lovely, beautiful mementos for all our dignitaries on the stage. As a token of appreciation, I would like to request Mr. Tarun Kalra, sir, to please hand over the mementos to very first. We have a very special everybody, Mr. Amit Bhardwaj, sir. Can we have a huge round of applause for him? Come on, everybody. Time for a picture, yes. Now I'd like to request Mr. Tarun Kalra, sir, to please hand over the memento to Miss Alpina. Ladies and gentlemen, big hands for Miss Alpina Chaturvedi, everybody. Come on, big hands. Next, ladies and gentlemen, we have Mr. Shikhar Pant. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to request now Mr. Tarun Kalra, sir, to please hand over the memento to Mr. Shikhar Pant. Ek baar zordar taaliyan ho chaye, everybody. Come on. Well, next we have Miss Paroma Munchirebello. Ladies and gentlemen, big hands for her, and I would like to thank ma'am for giving us a precious time. We are so privileged to have your time here. Next, ladies and gentlemen, we have Mr. Atit Mahajan. Can we have a huge round of applause for him? Come on. Now, I'd like to request Mr. Tarun Kalra, sir, to please hand over this beautiful memento to Mr. Neelkant Gumala. Ladies and gentlemen, big hands for Mr. Neelkant Gumala, and thank you so much, sir, for moderating this beautiful and a very lovely session, the very first session of this evening. Time for a group picture. I request you all to please come in frame. And once again, I would like to thank each one of you. So we are here for the NISAA Business Forum 2023, organized by Northern India Steamer Agents Association, powered by India Seatrade. So we now move forward to the second session, and the title of this session is, Are India's Digital Initiatives Keeping Pace with the Times? The digital footprint in the Indian logistics industry is fast growing to become a dominant force in the next few years. Though the current digital landscape is scattered and unorganized, it is, however, evident the government's push towards digital platforms through the new NLP will create an efficient ecosystem of digital service providers. Government is spearheading the digital revolution in logistics through its initiative like the Gati Shakti National Master Plan and ULIP, which will integrate diverse domains and government departments to work in unison in tackling the logistics issues. All these efforts are aimed at improving India's global trade, the country's GDP, as well as making it a force to reckon with in the global geopolitical arena. Well, to debate, I would like to invite our esteemed panelists on stage. I would like to call upon stage Mrs. Liji Novel, our Managing Director, ODEX India Solutions Private Limited. Can we have a huge round of applause for her? Come on, everybody. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Liji Novel is the founder and Managing Director of ODEX, which was founded in 2015. She has over 2 decades of experience in business strategy, marketing, research, and sales. Prior to ODEX, she also co-founded Asphera and Aster, a software solutions firm focused on IoT and WFM products. Can we have a huge round of applause for her? Come on, everybody. Next, I would like to call upon stage Mr. Jeffrey Thomas, a partner PwC India. Big hands for him, everybody. Jeffrey is a partner at PwC who specializes in the railway and logistics sectors and leads a team of professionals who focus on strategy, due diligence, and operations transformation solutions in these sectors. Over the years, he has led several marked and complex engagements driven by private sector entry in these sectors in India. This includes supporting clients in their India-Bangladesh market entry strategy and in developing growth strategies across 3PL, container logistics, oil and gas logistics, and freight terminal businesses. So can we have a huge round of applause for Mr. Jeffrey Thomas, everybody? Come on. Well, ladies and gentlemen, next I would like to call upon stage Mr. Mayur Chabra, Head Logistics and Planning, JK Cement. Big hands for him, everybody. Come on. Well, an astute supply chain professional with over 20 years of experience in warehousing, cold chain distribution, resource planning, demand planning, driving, SNOE forums, extensive experience to cater modern trade, key accounts, QSRs, CSD, and e-commerce. He designed the distribution network framework at Del Monte Foods, wherein Crew CFAS had been initiated based on complete cost-benefit studies and evaluation. Automated complete freight liability through SAP. So ladies and gentlemen, can we have a big hand for Mr. Mayur Chabra, sir? He's with us on the stage, our panelist. So next, I would like to call upon stage, let me tell you, we have 2 eminent speakers who have joined virtually today. They had originally confirmed their physical participation, but due to important meetings in ministry, they couldn't attend physically. So I would like to introduce you all, Dr. Surendra Ahiwar. Can we have a huge round of applause, everybody? Our IRTS Joint Secretary, Logistics Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade, Ministry of Commerce and Industry. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Ahiwar started his career with Indian Railways as Senior Divisional Operations Manager in 2004 and has experience in managing and upgrading railway infrastructure and public-private partnership in infrastructure development, among other areas. In the current role as Joint Secretary, Logistics and Trade under Ministry of Commerce, he is responsible for taking forward the government's flagship policy reforms in logistics with PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan and implementing the National Logistics Policy. So can we have huge round of applause for Dr. Surendra Hirwar. Come on, everybody. So next, we have a very special guest with us. Virtually, he has joined us, Mr. Abhishek Chaudhary, the Director of NICDC, Logistics Data Services, NLDS. Can we have huge round of applause for him? Come on, everybody. Well, he's having over 20 years experience in working with state, central government across levels on policy formulations, framing implementation strategies, project marketing, and driving project implementation associated with the prestigious National Industrial Corridor project since its inception. He has leading the corporate affairs, strategy, legal and secretarial functions, and also heading HR and marketing activities. A nodal person for coordination with all participating states and ministries of the Government of India, nominated as a board member by Government of India for various companies, SPVs. So can we have huge round of applause for him? Come on, everybody. Well, ladies and gentlemen, to moderate this beautiful session, I would like to call upon stage Mr. Satish Lakaraju. Can we have huge round of applause for him? Come on, everybody. Our Senior Vice President, Vice Freight. Well, we have him today on the stage, and I would like to request Mr. Satish Lakaraju, sir, because he is here to moderate this beautiful session. He is an experienced head of sales and commercial with a demonstrated history of working in the logistics and supply chain industry. He is professionally skilled in negotiation, import and export operations management, air and ocean freight, customs clearance, and sales and marketing. He is also credited with speaking at various forums in India and abroad on subjects related to cold chain, infrastructure, cargo handling for pharma and perishable exports. So ladies and gentlemen, we have Mr. Lakaraju, and he is already on the chair. Ladies and gentlemen, we are all set for this beautiful session, and we have Mr. Lakaraju to moderate this session. Before that, I would like to request each one of you to please be aware and please pay all your attention on the stage, because you all can see the mic over there. So if you have any questions, you can please stand up and please ask your question in the mic we have over here, as you all can see. So now I would like to request Mr. Satish Lakaraju to please take over the stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My pleasure to moderate this session. And this session is about India's readiness and where do we stand on the digital initiatives. And I'm fortunate to have the fellow panelists who are quite knowledgeable. And I guess in the earlier session, there were a lot of topics that were touched about and discussed about. And we're trying to bring some more relevance in terms of the initial session on India's readiness to follow to what bottlenecks we can see. So before I hand it over to our fellow panelists who are already waiting to speak and make a short presentation, well, let me give you some more context in terms of why this subject is so important. Over the years, like someone said, that the infrastructure in the country is to be given by the government. There were a lot of other things like roads, electricity, and sustainability type of project that they thought it was. What has that done to us in the last few years is that government has launched the Digital India program with the vision of transforming India into a digitally empowered society and a knowledge-based economy by ensuring digital access, digital inclusion, digital empowerment, and bridging the digital divide. I think the program had clear visions under it. All we have seen over the last couple of years is one great thing that we saw is the Aadhaar project that was done under the digital scheme. We saw the common services that we saw under the digital scheme. Then one unique thing that we saw recently is the Digi Locker, and now what we are seeing is the Digi Yatra that all of you are hearing about, implemented in a couple of airports. The unified mobile application on the new age governance. These are just some of those that I could list out of what we could get. And there are many more programs that the government has launched over the last few years. But what is that it done for the logistics industry is what we are trying to debate. Keeping in mind that we are also going to touch upon the National Logistics Policy and the ULIP scheme. Because end of the day, I hear in the earlier session also is that how do we reduce cost and how do we become cost competitive. But I have a different view before my panelists speak is that I've said this even in other. Making a comparison of logistics cost to the GDP is fundamentally wrong. So let me set the house right for a reason is that if the government is trying to make a comparison against GDP, GDP of India cannot be a comparison to a GDP of USA. A GDP of Bihar cannot be compared with the GDP of some other state. Second is that if you're located in Delhi, your in-hand knowledge cost, which is the larger component, it will really vary from other part of it. So that is the larger context in which we will come to it in the discussion so that you understand what we are trying to achieve out of this whole discussion. So maybe if the organizers would want first to start off with Mr. Chowdhury, who's eagerly waiting there to start off, I will request him to please start with his presentation.
Thank you, organizers, and for allowing me to participate virtually, though I was earlier supposed to participate physically, but on account of my pleasant travel to Kochi for the PM Commission, the second regional workshop, which we are conducting with 5 states and 4 union territories here in Kochi. I am attending this event from Kochi itself. My colleague from the ministry, Shri Surendra Hewar, Joint Secretary Logistics, and all the other co-panelists and the moderator, I'll just give you a brief presentation about the journey of Unified Logistics Interface Platform. And it is one of the initiatives, or you can say the digital initiative, which has been spearheaded by the government for bringing digitization in the whole logistic trade. And as the moderator in his opening remarks addressed, that is another big ticket digital initiative which will help the logistics sector and will also help in bringing the efficiencies, reducing the logistic costs, and making our country cost competitive as well as the products of the rest of the world. So I request if someone can please plug into the presentation and change the slides. So we started with the logistic data bank project, whereby we have been mandated to do the track and trace of all the exit containers in the country. So whenever a container enters the port boundaries, it moves out of the port either by road or by rail. If it moves out of the road and the port allocates, we tag the container by mapping through a handheld device and put an RFID tag, which is a passive RFID tag onto it, and similarly to the wheel movement we do that. And during the course of this journey, we also track the container at various toll plazas as well as various CFSs by way of putting on the RFID readers. This we do both for the rail movement as well as for the road movement. And this will use not only for the import journey, but also for the export journey as well. So at present, I'm happy to share that we track and trace every single exit container of the country. No container can move out of the port premises without getting an RFID tag from our project. In terms of our coverage, we are visited across 17 ports, 27 terminals, all the container handling ports we cover. We are visited across 90 plus toll plazas, 342 plus CFS, ICPs, MTRs, and parking plazas, 16 SEZs, 3 border integrated checkposts, and our systems are integrated with around 5,400 railway stations. We have an interface with the voice system of the railways, as well as the terminal operating system of every port, and also with the NLP Marine of Indian Port Association. Close to 2,550 leaders have been installed so far, and this number will keep on rising. Around 56 million containers have been tracked in the last 6 years, and this number is rising as we speak. CFS and ICP coverage 230 plus ICDs, and this number will go to 250 plus by the end of this financial year, March 2023. And we also received the daily inventory data from these ICDs. Now for the trade, next slide please. The backlogs for the empty yards and the way the prices of the empty containers were increasing in the post-COVID scenario, we were directed that we should increase our coverage and to tell the data that where exactly the empty containers are lying at a particular point in time. So we started increasing our coverage in empty yards, though covering empty yards and putting up on a 30 meter was a difficult task because nobody supported us. And we have to mention our own track teams and send it across because these empty yards are predominantly owned, operated, managed by the shipping lines, which don't want us to give the access to these yards, but somehow we are able to manage. And at present, we have put our RFID meters at around 171 empty yards, which covers close to 80% of the empty container traffic in the country. And if we receive further cooperation and support, we will be able to bridge this balance 20% gap. Next, please. In terms of what we do with this data, the activities which are mentioned on the left-hand side, whether it is CFS, whether it is voice system, ICT, terminal operating system, this all feeds data. We journal the data. We do log various analytical reports like dwell time analysis, condition analysis, turnaround time analysis, and provide this information to the trade on a monthly, quarterly, half-yearly, and the yearly method. The whole objective which we have taken and amended from the very beginning is to name and shame. The name and shame is not for the purpose of detaining anyone, but for the purpose of integrating a lot of healthy competition within the trade. So that there has to be overall system, overall business systems, people should digitize, people should adopt technology to leapfrog. And the objective is that as a consumer, whether it is an exporter, importer, or any other kind of stakeholder, they should be allowed to take informed decisions. So it's very important that data should be recognized properly, and this data should be used for the purpose of taking an informed decision. So the way we are able to book our flight from Delhi to Bombay by way of looking at the performance of an airline, comparing its prices, comparing its quality of service, etc., reading the reviews. Similarly, an exporter should be in a position to book a CSS or should be in a position to select a port to which he wants to install commodities. So that is the reason we publish these reports and share them with all the different stakeholders of the trade. Some folks like the NPT uses our data for the purpose of claiming their ease of doing business rightly, because this data is not sample data. This is 100% data of all understand what it entails and how the work has gone behind the scenes. So around 33 systems of 7 different industries are already integrated, covering close to 1600 odd fields by developing more than 105 APIs. So getting access to the information, getting access to the data of the industry was a Herculean task, but successfully has been completed with the support and cooperation and following the principles of integrated development, cohesive development, comprehensive development, and development innovation. Next, please. It's a reverse response-based system, and we don't store any data in any industry, we only store the transaction data. It works on the node headings. The way the node personalized identified information is shared will be completely masked, and data is flown from one system to another through the completely secure method of an exchange. Next, please. So far, 90% private sector companies have been registered. The simple process of registration is very clear. Go here, content is the URL. Anybody just by entering the company credentials and the basic information about the company's existence can register on Go here, content. Around 88 companies submitted their use cases. Close to 250 plus use cases has already been verified by ITs. 56 non-disclosure agreements has been signed. Close to 6 crore UPI, API transactions have already taken place on the event platform in reality. More than 60 industry stakeholder consultations have taken place, and we are taking real work across the country. More than 7 cities we have conducted the stakeholder consultations team, and this number will keep on growing as we move forward. Next, please. So these are some of the private sector companies I thought I should just mention, whether it is an industry or a manufacturing company, whether it is a startup, whether it is a 3PL or a logistics service provider, all these companies are actually either signing a non-disclosure agreement to develop their own apps using the APIs. And these are the ones who are responsible for actually transacting 6 crore plus transactions on the ERP platform. Next, please. So that's it from my side. I'll be very happy to have any questions that we may have.
Thank you, Mr. Chaudhary, for that presentation, which gives us a larger insight on where we stand as far as the ULIPS implementation, because I was personally there when Mr. Narendra Modi and the ministry was there to launch the policy. But what I realize is that the aim of the policy has 4 aspects of the cost reduction aspect. One is the transportation aspect, the other is the inventory cost management, warehousing, and order processing. That's how the presentation talks about. So if you can throw some light in terms of how is it that the overall cost is being aimed to be reduced under the 4 brackets, because if transportation is linked to fuel price today in the country, as well as if you're using Concur, the tariff has its own way it is implemented, because we spoke about it. The role of the freight forwarders and probably custom brokers cost is not a major component today in the country, because unfortunately the truth is that I represent that community which is 80% of the last mile that we handle, and the cost that they incur today is not the real cost, but the major cost is on the transportation side. So how do you expect that to reduce as for the fellow panelists and the delegates who are here? Maybe you can throw some light, sir.
Thank you. So, the reason what will happen is because irrespective of the number of entry points, it surpasses the multiple modes of transportation. So what we have done is, in the apps which we have in-house developed, we have in a position to provide you a complete view about the optimal route selection whenever you are transporting goods from point A to point B, irrespective of the fact that either you are using only the road-based transportation, or you are using road plus rail, or you are using road plus rail plus air. So optimal route, optimal selection will be one of the key factor and information required for the purpose of estimating and reducing the cost. So what is happening is the waiting time in the country is quite huge. The
Sometimes the advantage of technology and digitalization is this also. So we have to live with it, is that when we get over obsessed by technology and digitalization, sometimes you have that the Indian jugaad works better than rest of them. I know it must be a Zoom connection, which would have been the 30 minutes connection, and now they'll have to reconnect into it. But while Mr. Chaudhary joins in, what I will do is that I will proceed with the session so that we don't lose out on time, and I'll quickly go into Jeffrey, who's sitting in the corner there quietly waiting for his turn to speak, on his views in terms of both the national logistics policy and what it would bring. Because from a layman's point of view, today most of us have been hearing about national logistics policy. We all got excited that after 30 years of being in the industry, they called us for an inauguration. So we went very excitingly कि boss हमें भी बुलाया, मोदी जी को देखने को मिला. But bottom line है कि हमारा customer पूछता है कि boss ये होता क्या है? Tell us more really on the ground line, is that what is that it's going to change? Is my dowry going to increase now when next time I go and say I come from the logistics industry? Because earlier no one wanted to even marry us. Now at least would that change our life is what they're going to ask. So probably you want to throw some light now in that context for us to understand that what is going to happen really.
So I won't be able to go into the specifics of specifically what you asked in terms of the dowry, etc. I think I'll leave that for maybe another conversation. But in terms of the NLP, at least the way I see it is that there are two clear parts to the NLP. There are some parts which are more aspirational and which are more guidance or more directional in terms of initiatives which need to be taken tomorrow. Today, we don't see a lot of that already implemented on the ground. They're directional. For example, the whole sector-specific logistics policies which could come up, or sector-specific logistic plans. So there's an enablement which is done on that as part of the NLP. Now, which are the sectors which come up, prepare their own plans, go ahead, and which is when we'll really see how the ministry supports in bringing those plans to reality. So those are more aspirational, directional, I would say. There's a second category, which is more stuff like ULEP, where there's already real action happening on the ground, right? Which is where we're seeing technology platforms being built, APIs are already there, you can apply through, even we've tried and tested that, so you sign those NDAs, you get data access, you can build your own applications on top of that. I think at least from a data democratization perspective, it's fairly good. However, there's still a lot of scope left in terms of especially what are the fields or values that those APIs are returning today. That's limited in that sense, right? But at least once we have those 103 APIs working, there's a lot of applications for intelligence that can be built on top of that. What possibly we would like to see going forward is also the kind of investment that is coming into logistics in the country. For example, I think last calendar year, we closed somewhere close to $4 billion of investment in logistics alone. About 1/8 of that was in software as a service kind of solutions. And those SaaS platforms are what would potentially be able to build these applications, right? The other challenge which this tries to address is also that we are also in a market where 50 to 60% of our user industry is highly fragmented, whether it is agri, whether it is MSMEs, etc. Right. So when that part of the market or our user industry is also as fragmented, how do you bring in efficiency on the logistics side of it? That's another place where these platforms could potentially play a role. However, as I said, most of it is aspirational at the moment. We have some bricks which have already been implemented, but it's the adoption of that technology which will prove how much of it actually leads to some of these pain points being removed.
Thanks, Jeffrey. I think what's important for all of us to understand is that it's constantly evolving. And technology is that when you buy iPhone 13, 14 comes in, so you don't know what to do with the 13. So let me go to Lizzie now, because she comes from an industry where India probably claims to be highly digital. But since I come from a startup organization, I know adoption in India is still a struggle. Probably Africa is far ahead in terms of adoption because I lived there and I never had to go to customs even once, or I've seen adoption being more than 90% in some countries like South Africa. Maybe Lizzie, you can throw light in terms of when you go today to offer a solution to a customer. One, how is the adoption rate? Two, how do they value the product? Because one is that India, I know, is exciting for a lot of people from a lot of countries to come, and then earlier we had fellow panelists speaking about our domestic. But it's equally price sensitive, in sense price determines a larger part of it, and tech people don't come economically cheap, because just for all of you to know, if there's an undergraduation studying computer science in US, it costs 2.3 crores. So he's not going to come to you and work at 5 lakhs or 6 lakhs. So given that background, probably you want to throw some light.
Thanks, Satish, and it's an honor and privilege to be here. Before getting into your question, I think I have the idea for a venture if you want to collaborate. You want to call it logisticsmatrimony.com? Because, I mean, and I think the other thing, which was so important of what you spoke, and what I could see starting with the first address, and then Mr. Kalyanaraman spoke about it, Amit Bharadwaj actually started the panel with it, the word called digitization. I feel that the next generation of children are going to be taught A for Apple and D for digitization. So that's where we are going to be. But having said that, very pertinent question that you asked. We have had the privilege of starting ODEX in India, SaaS platform, 7.5 years old. I think our largest market to date remains India, but sadly our revenues from India are probably on par with markets that started much later. The reason I feel is very, very simple. We are not just a price sensitive market, we are also quite resistant to change. So I was actually having a fireside chat, if I may call it, with Satish, and we are new to Africa. Satish is an old Africa hand. What we saw when we went to Africa is a very different continent than what we thought we will encounter. Payment systems, which we today are so excited about, we saw it happen about 5 years back there. When we reached there, the adoption rate of mobile money was probably the highest. We saw that there was a willingness to pay for services. We saw that congestion is a real issue, but if you provide a service that can help with the congestion, asking for $1 out of it is not a big deal. Tech talent doesn't come cheap. So though we like to think we are part of the logistics industry, honestly we are not. We are part of the technology industry. We are a peripheral industry that services this particular industry. And what breaks my heart, because I'm an Indian, is that we don't value that. Today the best of tech people are Indians. My son and his classmates, they aspire to go to the best of universities and learn the best of technologies. Will they come back to work from a startup that is housed in India? That's a question I don't have an answer to, even today, even with the US going through recession and all of that. So we are not able to retain the top talent. So startups in India are facing this challenge. The second challenge that we face is that when we go to the market is always very gung-ho about what we are doing. But there's a strange thing happening. I saw Mr. Chaudhary and one of his slides that said that he is awaiting permission from Concord to integrate. This is the challenge actually, that we all love to talk about digitization, we all will walk halfway, but if the government is not able to integrate with another government institution, what can private players do? But having said that, I'm also very optimistic because otherwise we wouldn't have built a business. So the optimism part of me is that there are a lot of stakeholders here in the industry who think of tech as an investment, who will say that, okay, if I have to do something about reducing my own costs, I have to look at it not saving $10 on freight. I have to look at it holistically and say that if I'm going to reduce all efforts that go into moving cargo from point A to point B, maybe I will start investing in the peripheries and help bring that cost down. Price sensitivity is not going to go away, but what I'm really hopeful is that as the adoption rate grows, we will probably be willing to pay slightly better rates than what we are able to get now. One small statistics and competition of yours, Jeffrey, published this. It says that in India, the understanding about the importance of digitization among senior management is 65%. The adoption rate, sadly, is 22%. And this was a McKinsey study, very recent study, very disheartening for all of us. But the good part is the government is doing their job. It is, I think, up to the industry to say that, yes, if you want to make the next 30-year plan, and Atit spoke about this on the panel, the plan should not be for the next 5 years. The plan has to be for the next 30 years. You want to make India competitive, you want to put us and say that here we will give China a run for their money, then we need to think 30 years. And we need to say that, okay, can we now pitch in and ensure that today a dollar invested will save $10 of cost tomorrow. And yeah, I think over to you, Satish.
I think you brought in out very pertinent points, and you started off with the alphabetic learning sort of it itself talks about A for Apple, B for big data, C for computer, D for data analytics, E for EDI, and I can go on for it. Why I'm saying that specifically for all of you to understand is today when you go to a customer and say that you want a data interface for his data to a pharma company, you have something called as a trust factor that is missing. The moment when you ask for someone's data, he'll look at you as if you're an alien, and then you will not get it. While the government intention is wonderful and I welcome it with folded hands that finally something is being driven, but my only worry would be that unless the trust factor does not come in, because today we are sitting in Delhi and probably in a kitty party, the ladies have higher trust than in the logistics industry. Because if you don't get that trust factor into it, then the digitalization drive may remain partly, that is one part of it. Second is that if today I come to Mayur to discuss about it, is that the expectation from a customer angle point of view is that they want a lot of things. Not one, but if you go, they will have a list in terms of signing an NDA, the RFI to be filled up, then the RFQ to be done, then you have to be L1. And then you tell him, sir, but I have a state-of-art technology where you can store your documents on cloud. He says, वो सब ठीक है, but आप पहले L1 बनोगे तो आप अंदर आओगे. Because that values, seeing if it does not come, then it's going to be really difficult of implementing the digital part of it because no servers come free. In a house today, when you look at, for all of us to understand, if you buy 4 iPhones, it's 6 lakhs of capex that you have raised at home. So let me come to Mayur now and ask, Mayur, what is your wish list? Because today when you probably look from a supply chain point of view and you've seen the food industry very deeply to now seeing the cement industry, the food industry probably is the most competitive. When you're selling on a shelf a juice of 10 rupees, even 1 additional rupee getting into it, because I can see Pranav there in the restaurant, it's not easy. Because then the customer says, first, technology, हमें कुछ नहीं पता, हमें बताओ ये दाम क्या है. How do you see that as evolving from your standpoint?
So thanks, Satish. First of all, I think it's a very interesting topic because we are all talking about digitalization. And it has been a hot topic in most of the events where I have attended in last few months. So first of all, we need to understand that why do we need digitalization? So I still remember when I started my career with Coca-Cola in 2002, we were all called shipping. Nobody knows what supply chain is all about. And from shipping, we evolved to say go down. From go down to warehouse to distribution centers. And now when we speak, we talk about hub and spoke model, and how do you do some intermodal sort of transportation, some multimodal sort of transportation. So that's the ever-changing scenario. And why it is changing? Because the customer demands are increasing. With the advent of modern trade, e-commerce, every day the customer is demanding something new. Customer wants your orders to be delivered in 10 minutes time. How do you do it without any tech enablance? So this is something which is there. I still remember my journey when I went to Leh. I was told by the hotel people that you need to drink 3 bottles of water and you take a lot of sleep because you have to get acclimatized. So acclimatization to the current set of environment is something which is required. You need to adapt to the current environment ecosystem because digitalization is the need of the hour. It's not something which is good to have now. it's a must-have sort of scenario nowadays. Coming back to your question on that, what are the expectations from the side of the customer? See, while you rightly said that nobody is ready to spare that 1 ounce of extra money because that hits the bottom line of the business. But then when it comes to your, say, sort of a visibility in the system, when we all know how COVID has badly impacted us, and it was a VUCA world where we don't have any visibility to our inventory system. Many companies, I still remember food companies who have seen that inventory is getting spoiled, getting expired, because the visibility was missing. Some consignments were on water, some consignments were not able to connect. So how do you get into that piece? If there's a value proposition in that, suppose you bring a visibility of end-to-end consignment, okay, and then you can share some sort of visibility, whether through sort of your what you call your track and trace of the system. You know that where exactly your inventory is all about, how much inventory is in their system. So inventory carrying cost is a huge cost nowadays. If you can bring some sort of visibility in that, probably we can go back to our ecosystem, and we can discuss with our board of directors here. This is something which is there. This is a value proposition, because freshness in food industry is one thing which is there. So if you can get your inventory, that where your inventory is roaming about, you can know how the freshness is moving around. You can know that where exactly your inventory is lying about. So if you can bring that sort of visibility for the inventory in the system, that becomes an added value proposition to the entire kitty. Number one. Number two, if you can also give me some sort of inputs that was in terms of benchmarking through digitalization, or you can do some sort of a study, and you can share that data with me, that this is how the benchmarking is happening, the freight rates are, how the freight rates are fluctuating, and probably the long-term forecast of some sort of shipments, how this is going to behave, so that we can book some shipments in advance, or we can do something like that. So that sort of value proposition which can help us in terms of going back to our board and say that no more L1, we have to go back to a balanced scorecard sort of thing. Because L1, somebody bringing that proposition of L1 and then not meeting to your requirements and probably defaulting on other things is something which is not a win-win situation. So if you have to bring that value proposition, you have to, you can say, get into your balanced scorecard, and that's how I think we can eradicate this problem of going back to it.
No, I think your inputs are really good in terms of what can be done and how the whole thing can be relooked at it. So thank you for the input. So let me go back to Jeffrey now. Jeffrey, you guys meet all type of customers, both from a point of the infrastructure to rest of them. One of the greatest challenges in the tech world also is that while ULIP and National Logistics Policy is aiming, but the land acquisition itself takes a long process. And why I'm telling you this is that way back in 2006, when people said the future is Dwarka Expressway, we all went and invested it. 20 years later, we are still waiting ki mera ghar kab milega, udhar sort of it. Because let's be realistic that to make any national highway today or to make anything, it takes a lot of time. And in which land acquisition is that? How do you think from that angle, we are making progress? Having digitalization is one part of it, giving the transparency and visibility. But if whoever speaks anything, but if you go on the NH8, where your office and my office, it looks we are in the best of the world, and the night the light look. But just enter Udyog Vihar and pass through to go there, you will see nightmare. Let's be very practical and realistic. So how do you look at that part of it developing even the new era?
Right. I'll just come to that, but if you allow, I just wanted to make one more comment more with regard to the whole SaaS-based part. Was that I think it's not, we shouldn't get so demoralized or at least with the way the SaaS story has been adopted so far. B2B SaaS in India has been a challenge across sectors. Logistics is not the only one. Right. We've seen most of our B2B SaaS players actually becoming de-Indianized, going global, and at some point of time trying to re-penetrate back the Indian market because too big a market to ignore. The story is too good. So you just can't get out of that story. But it's a challenge not just for us. It's across retail, finance, any sector you pick up. B2B SaaS has been a challenge. So maybe we don't need to solve specific to logistics. We need to solve more specific to B2B SaaS itself. So that's one bit. Coming back to the question that you had, and I think, which is where the whole multimodal logistic parks, at least the way they're coming up, there are a few things that I really like about that story. One is that you were bang on when you said that land is your biggest constraint. Land is not available. At the same time, your trunk connectivity to the land becomes a challenge. I won't get into the details of what the Gati Shakti platform through BISAC does in terms of making all of this information available to you even before you start preparing the DPR. But apart from that information being available, land is also being brought on to the plate. So the central and state governments are together collaborating through the MMLPs, at least which are coming off through NHLML, right? And where land is being made available by the government and the trunk connectivity is being made available. So what is being done is artificially the government is lowering the entry barrier, at least, so that this infrastructure does come about, right? And we've seen at least some of the initial bids, and these are very early days for MMLPs, do find success there, right? But this is only 2 which have so far come out in the market. We have another, I think, 30 odd at least waiting to come over the next 3 years. We'll have to see how that comes. But at least there, the government's intent is very clear that they're lowering the entry barrier. And it makes sense because if you see, last 3 years, the kind of money that we've spent on actually developing roads is phenomenal. That investment has happened. Investment in building track capacity has also happened. So both your trunk infrastructures got built. Now you're also investing as the government in rolling stock procurement. So rolling stock's also going to come. The challenge that's left is terminals, right? Because if you don't have terminals, how does all of this freight come meaningfully onto the network, right? So I think that's where this reduction or lowering of entry barrier is a great move. I still, however, do believe that one area where the MMLPs are not doing enough in the way they are planned is specific policies which also allow or make MMLPs the anchor for decarbonization of the freight. I'm not saying multimodalism. That's what they're currently trying to do. But beyond that, because freight on road will remain a reality in India, how do you bring about policies around MMLPs which really contribute to decarbonization? I think that's one area we're not doing enough today.
No, thanks for that. But let me give you all a little more context because most of you know the SEZ Act which came many years ago. And one of the greatest challenges that the Act came in, but on reality we went and looked at China and we said, China mein SEZ aa gaya, hum bhi SEZ bana denge. And that was the time when I said, look, it's not going to be so easy, and it was becoming like a real estate thing. Well, let me give you another context for all of you to get a little more clarity is that if you all remember Middle East where the average size of a private operator operating a logistics park, because I work for a logistics park company called Agility, our average logistics park size was 500 acres. The shortest, smallest one that we built, the one we built in Mozambique was on almost 700 or 750 sort of it. And imagine if I had to build the same thing, would have been next to impossible because then everyone would have haunted me and the rest of them. So I think that will still be a pain point unless we are able to address it and bring the overall logistics cost. Because what we are forgetting is that how much ever you get digitalization, scale matters end of the day. Because where you run an ICD, you run a port, you run an freight forwarding operation, productivity will only increase and the SaaS will make any value when you have the high amount of numbers going on the system. And Jeffrey, to tell, we are very optimistic people. And we never lose up in logistics industry. We think, अच्छे दिन आएंगे हमारे पास भी. So don't worry about that part of it because I come from a tech background now as much as it. And in the last 1 year, we've always been anticipating that we are providing a SaaS and people will buy it excitingly. So we are still optimistic. We are probably much better than the air hostess who smile because they still have some artificialness, but we are natural. हम दिल से बहुत अच्छे हैं. 90 दिन में आते हैं हम कभी रोते नहीं. हम बोलते अच्छे दिन पेमेंट तो आ जाएगा. Sort of it. So let me now go back to Lizzie again. Point is that is scale important in a tech thing, or what is that would excite a customer, an end user really? Because it's the chicken and the egg story. Today, someone has only 40 files, and why I'm giving you this context is that for all of us to understand, Mahipalpur is like the future of India for logistics. And when I was the IATA ACA secretary, I went and I realized there are 1,800 forwarders there who operate only on one laptop or one computer. Even companies which are considered 50 years old still have Pentium 1 and 2. I've gone this, and I'm talking about last week's situation. There, how do you go and convince them that boss, digitalization तेरा future है, life बन जाएगी, ठीक है, लगाओ 2-3 करोड़, मालिक बोलता है बॉस मैं तो 2 करोड़ जब लगाऊंगा तो रिटर्न ऑन इन्वेस्टमेंट दिखाएगा.
So, ये हमारे साथ 7 साल पहले हो चुका है. So, हिंदी में बोलो तो एक ही तरीका है, चप्पल घिसाओ. But honestly, so the beauty about SaaS is that it works for everybody. The person who's got a single shipment and somebody who's as large as a Pune Nagaur. And I think again I'm coming back to Mr. Chaudhary's presentation. One of the things that he said, and he pointed one particular stakeholder in the entire community and said that they don't cooperate. And hence, we still are able to offer services, which has been the ODEC story, actually. You know, if you ask us, there are a few who will be very excited. There would be, so if there are 2 who are excited, there would be 4 who are lukewarm. And the rest, we actually have to go door to door and demonstrate value. But what we've been able to achieve over the last 7 years is that, at least in India, Middle East, and West Africa, we have been able to digitize the single briefcase custom broker and freight forwarder. So you were talking about Maipalpur guys operating out of a Pentium. When we are in Ghana, we have custom brokers and freight forwarders who are briefcase guys. They're called briefcase guys simply because they don't have an office. They don't even have a computer. They have a mobile phone. And their day starts by going to the client's office, collecting documents and cash, and going to 10 shipping lines. Today, their day starts at home and ends at home mostly because they use their mobile phone, and they have been able to take advantage of a SaaS platform. And to come back to what Jeffrey said, B2B SaaS is difficult. So when we got into it, we were not from logistics, but but we got into it. It's been a fun journey. So I agree with what Satish says. We actually smile naturally because at the end of the day, when you go home, you feel that you achieved something. Because you're talking to this briefcase guy and then you're talking to a top-notch CEO, and both seem to say that this works. So we live on hope and prayer that someday we will also get paid. So.
Thanks, Vijit. I think that gives a larger clarity in terms that when technology comes, it really does not matter whether you're small or large. But if your attitude is towards adoption and looking at it in the larger picture of really scaling up or whatever it is, it works. And why I'm happy about it is that since we are a tech company and we have over 1,000 employees now and 200 in the tech center, there's a lot that can be done which needs to be also looked at it in a larger picture in terms of adoption, and if it's driven from the top, it could probably, it's seen it too, so that's it. So, Mayur, let me again come back to you because customer dil mange more, ठीक है, जितना दोगे वो उतना और पूछेगा, तो मना तो नहीं करेगा क्यों? So what is that which actually, as a customer and a tech part of it, you told us about the visibility part of it, brilliant. That can be done in today's world with the API integration, artificial intelligence, rest of them. But if today someone has, like God asks you wishes and we come and tell you, boss, you've got these 3 wishes which you can complete. One of them is that you've been using certain routes, which ULP is also trying to do. And option 1, 2 and 3, but this is more sustainable. Like Google tell you, option 1 and option 2. Don't use this route, but you can use route 2. And then the last 3 times that you went on that route, your truck reached late. But on route 3, the cost is higher, but the efficiency of hitting it every time is been more than 99%. Do you look at something like that as a value for you? Because you spoke about value being...
So definitely yes, because see, as I told you that inventory is a cost, and nowadays the brand royalty or the customer being loyal to any brand is no longer exists. It's all about what is available on the shelf, okay? So if my product is not available on right time, maybe I'll lose that potential sales. And sales one lost is actual sale lost in nowadays, because if the shelf is empty, somebody picks something else, probably your that day sales is a lost sales for you. Okay, so that's a loss-making proposition. So if something that sort of, if that sort of is being offered, it's definitely yes, which makes a value proposition. Apart from that, when we deal with multi-modal and intermodal sort of logistics, the another challenge which we see is sort of a documentation. Okay, when you get into digitalization and when everybody, all the players in this ecosystem, say they come on a single platform or a digital platform, probably your paperwork or your documentation becomes much more easier. So that's another value proposition which we can bring out. Apart from that, there is also some sort of a record retrieval. So suppose if there is some cloud-based services which are available given by some of the service provider, wherein you can store your important documents on that cloud, wherein the record retrieval becomes much more easier, or within a click of a button you can retrieve your records. So that gives an added advantage to the entire value chain, because retrieval of records becomes a big pain area when it comes to record retrieval, because you cannot get into manual files and all nowadays. So this is something. One more thing which was coming about on sustainability is, I remember with JK Siman, we were doing some sort of shipments where we were trying to use the inland waterways also. So my shipment was moving through rail to the Mundra port, and from Mundra port it was going to down south. But thanks to the Suez Canal event and other things, wherein there was a global shortage of containers, the rates shot up like anything, and we were forced to move back to the rail movement, and now we are moving material from Katni by rail to south, down south. So if that sort of thing can be started again, because we also want to give back to the society, and we also want to go to in the more sustainable way. So this is something, if sustainability sort of thing, and as I said, record retrieval, and another thing is some visibility on which route would my delivery will be on time. So if these things can become a tick mark in the value proposition, definitely yes, it's a value proposition for the customer.
Thanks, Mayor. Unfortunately, all that I can provide. So maybe it's a good sales pitch for me to come back to your office and offer those services, because we definitely give cloud-based solutions so you can retrieve documents. But I've just been informed that our Joint Secretary, IRTS for Logistics and Trade, DPIT, Ministry of Commerce, Dr. Surinder Ahirwar is there. So I'll pass on the stage to him. Welcome, sir. And I would request you to probably share your views on the whole NLP and ULP as well. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thanks for being with me, and of course, thanks for having me for this very important and very valuable conversation on logistics, supply chain, and my favorite subject, the digitalization of this entire ecosystem. It was really pleasant to hear, to the extent I could hear some of the participants and the practitioners, the experts of logistics supply chain. And it's always a learning experience in terms of the feedback, the concerns which we have to address, and that really shapes our approach towards finding solutions to various policy initiatives. As most of you would know about national logistics policy and PM Shakti National Master Plan, these are the two kind of major initiatives, landmark initiatives, which are like two major forces which are putting forward the entire logistics and supply chain ecosystem or the sector in the country. While logistics policy has defined the scope of logistics sector, which include everything from the point of production to taking of the goods or people to the point of consumption or where they are required to be at. So this is why we are including everything to where there has been a thorough exercise which has been done on the digital platform, which has been developed by Seatrade, which is a space application center. And they have developed a wonderful system or platform having almost 1,300 data layers and about 1 million data points, which relates to various infrastructure assets in form of the GIS coordinates or geographical features, be it maybe underground infrastructure or underground infrastructure. And this is helping us in a great way developing or planning the infrastructure projects. My colleague, Abhishek, must explain how they are also planning to development of connectivity infrastructure to various industrial growth. And in fact, related from the idea of the master plan, emanated from one of the industrial growth projects. And now it's already more than a year, and we see good results. Plus, in addition to related to industrial nodes, and also looks at other ministries and other infrastructure ministries also for providing not only the connectivity infrastructure to those terminals, but also intermodal infrastructure. You have that completeness of the fabric, as I said. So it's being used in a big way, and this is what the technology is being used for development of infrastructure plans and monitoring the implementation of these infrastructure projects. In addition to facilitate this so-called integrated or whole approach, there has been an institutional setup at the national, they call it Empowerment of Secretaries, chaired by the Cabinet Secretary himself, and having 23 ministries as members of this Empowerment of Secretaries, who are taking policy level decisions when it comes to the implementation of PA National Master Plan, adopting whole of the government approach. So there's a good mechanism, institutional mechanism for ensuring a very close coordination among all the ministries and departments of Government of India, and now it is extended to also states and union territories. So there's a complete access of institutions from the central level up to the state level, and in future we cannot rule out, they are not ruled out, even getting its extension to the rest of the levels. Plus, it is also not being extended to the social sector dimension. So both of these two are also being encore in the PM Shakti or on the PM Shakti National Master Plan. And the network planning group, which is there, who is a critical level, when I say institutional setup, is consisting of all experts and the planners of the ministries, infrastructure ministries, who are evaluating every major project having a stated cost of 2,500 crores for its interesting initiatives, just not within the Ministry of Commerce and Industry, but even beyond, are getting integrated or are related to whatever transactions which happen in the logistics sector, be it UPI, UIDAI, be it ORTC, UNEP, NFTS, and we also have launched one small digital system called SLD. This is Secure Logistics Data Exchange, a document exchange, which has been developed and tested and though adopted in a very limited manner. But I think, and I'm very optimistic that it would definitely be adopted by many other countries once the consensus developed among the nation which we are engaged with through various forums. And of course, there are a lot of applications which have been developed by the private sector, which are going to be integrated to UNEP. And if I'm correct, about 100 or more applications are at development or have already been developed, which are going to be integrated to UNEP, and which will provide a lot of services in logistics to the business and to the customers. So maybe in the future we may have a logistics marketplace also on UNEP. That's what I foresee as a natural course. So this fabric of digital systems is on the way, and we are almost on a daily basis adding one or other strength to this fabric and completing it to facilitate the logistics sector. And I think this will go a long way in the logistics efficiency. And of course, elevating our ranking on the logistics performance index on the World Bank. I think with this, I'll close my answers and would invite any questions from the audience or even from the panelists. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think you've outlaid clearly a lot of things. A big round of applause is already being coming to you, so I would guess that gives us. But I think one question that comes to my mind is that India is ranked number 44 as per your document in terms of the logistics index and the rest of them. And then you have the LEADS program, which also determines how the progress is happening on the ground really. What is your take on the state government's reactions in terms of the logistics policies and central's alignment? Because end of the day, an ICD or a CFS or manufacturing happens in the state and it's not really the center that controls. The center is the policy making and we are happy that that is being done. How is that making a progress for us to understand, sir?
So, you have two parts of the question, if I may say. One is about API, another is about needs and the state's response. You know, just one comment about API, it's definitely a 100% perception-based index, which takes 6 parameters to assess any country's logistics performance. I really appreciate those 6 parameters, but I definitely do not appreciate the approach which they adopt in making assessment of ranking the countries on the basis of perception or just perception. So, though these times are around 40 or 80 between 40 or 37 to 43 different years, but we have adopted much more improved and rational approach when it comes to assessment of the logistics performance of the country. And as we understand, the performance lies in the states. Every activity lies in the state, one or another state or union territory. So if we are making an assessment of the states or union territories, we are actually assessing the performance of the country. but also undertake a kind of diagnostics of the gaps which are there either in terms of infrastructure or in terms of logistics services, which are having a huge bearing on the efficiency in the logistics sector, which are also having a huge bearing on the logistics cost industries, and which, if we look at it from a predictive perspective, of the nation. So there's a good response and good diagnostics done through this exercise, and then there will be best practices which have been adopted by one or other state, they are being shared among all the states. This is also facilitated and encouraged and promoted the states to develop their own logistics policy. They will be advocating, and I will more than 80 states have already notified their logistics policy, and the rest of them are either at one stage of notification of the policy, or maybe have completed their draft policies. So even if the policies are not notified, the actions are already kind of initiated, which I think have a very impact, or will have a very great impact on logistics efficiency in the state. We have also extended support to re-implementation the National Master Plan, and that we used to call special cabinet assistance to the state in the ongoing financial year, and distributed about 5,000 crore rupees to different states for the benefit of logistics and related infrastructure. And this is not just kind of 5,000 crore which we have given there with infrastructure of equal value, but this is just a contribution, selfless contribution to them, and they have added even more than 70 or 80% of the funds to raise their infrastructure. So it has been working as a kind of incentive to the states for undertaking such projects which have a high impact on logistics efficiency. So this is working very well. I think it's a very good mechanism, and it has brought all the states together. Our union territories also on board for thinking about taking new action for attaining efficiency in the logistics sector.
Thank you, sir. I think you've answered it quite well, and it's clear that it's working. I think so we'll need more participation even from the private sectors in the days to come to make it much more on the ground reality to meet the end customer's requirement. And it was a pleasure having you even in a digital mode, and it's always been good to hear you, sir. Thank you so much. So I think we are now in the midst of the final closure between, we are holding on you to the bar, so I will not hold you all any more longer, and then just do a final wrap up of the session in terms of it. Probably one last takeaway from each of the speaker, that what would they be, one wish list if they had from anything from the government really in terms of the digital sphere, really. One last wish that you think should be working sort of it.
One wish list, at least from my end in that terms, would be getting more and more stakeholders onto ULIP, especially some of the gaps which were spoken about earlier in terms of the stakeholders who are not there completely on ULIP. I think we need to get most of them so that the applications that are built on top of them are able to leverage and create that kind of value.
Thanks, Jeffrey. Lizzie, your take?
My take is actually a little bit of give and take, because I think one of the most interesting things that both Mr. Chaudhary and Dr. Surendra spoke about is the amount of data that will flow through these systems. And I think for us as private players, it's important to leverage that data and develop applications that are more customer-centric. So for us, and I see that happening globally now, where there's a collaboration between government and private players like us, where we can, of course, send you some data, but we would also require, especially things like an IEC code, which can be validated, because today we look at a lot of private players who are validating the Aadhaar when you register for retail banking, something very similar. And these would be applications that we would really like to see take off and can use to kind of provide more value to our customers.
Thanks.
So my take would be that the government should promote the logistics in a more sustainable way. Okay, and the way it is being done, I think there should be some reward mechanism. I know that Indian Railways has started some sort of certain carbon emission credit points, but I want that it should be replicated to other modes as well. So that's my wish list, so that we can move our goods in more and more sustainable way. That's what my wish list is.
Thanks. So I think to summarize the whole thing is that one, thank you to the organizers and the panelists and the speakers who've come on the panel through a digital mode and shared their views. The start is good. The middle is going to be tough. You can only see the end if you really walk the path end of the day, because policies can be made. Executions are not easy. In organizations, you build strategies. Government has laid part of it, but I think everyone as a true Indian should put that effort in terms of getting this whole dream of digitalization really. And also the last bit that I would say is that digitalization is important in many ways because it benefits, and the benefits will only be done when you invest time and energy to really understand it. With that, I will close and hand it over back to the MC, but a big round of applause to my fellow panelists who've done a great job. Sudhir, if you are anywhere around, and okay, the MC is there.
Thank you so much, sir. Can we have huge round of applause for all of them? Come on, everybody. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to especially thank Mr. Satish Lakharaju, sir, for moderating this beautiful session. Can we have huge round of applause for him? Come on, everyone. So, as now we have came to an end of this session, I would like to invite Mr. Sridhar Subramaniam, the Secretary of NISAA. I would like to request him to please come up on the stage to present the mementos to all our dignitaries on the stage as a token of appreciation. So first, I would like to request Mr. Sridhar Subramaniam, sir, to please hand over the momentum to Mrs. Liji Nawal. Can we have huge round of applause for her? Come on, everybody. Next, we have Mr. Jeffrey Thomas. Can we have big hands for him, everybody? Give it up for Mr. Jeffrey Thomas. Thank you so much, sir, for giving us the precious time. Ladies and gentlemen, next we have Mr. Mayur Chabra. Big hands for him. Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to specially thank Mr. Satish Lakharaju, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for giving us a precious time and moderating this beautiful session for this wonderful evening. Thank you so much, all of you. I request you all to please come all together for a group picture. Thank you so much, all of you. Thank you so much. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, I would like to thank each one of you, especially our esteemed speakers, panelists, guests, and sponsors. Thank you so much for your great support extended to this business forum. It would not have been possible to organize such a prestigious event without your very generous support. So thanks to each one of you. Can we have huge round of applause for all our dignitaries, all our panelists, all our sponsors, everybody. Come on. Well, ladies and gentlemen, NISAA deeply thanks all the sponsors for supporting this initiative, and our sincere thanks to our esteemed sponsors for continuous support to organize the business forum meaningfully. NISAA strongly believes without this support, we never ever do this event. Request, put your hands together for big applause, because now I'll be calling up a very special person. So ladies and gentlemen, now I'm calling up on stage our president of NISAA, Captain D. Mishra, to felicitate all our sponsors of NISAA Business Forum 2023. Can we have huge round of applause for Captain D. Mishra, everybody. I request him to please come join us on the stage. And to accept the mementos, I would like to invite on stage our very special representatives. So first we have, ladies and gentlemen, APM Terminals people. Can we have huge round of applause for them? Come on, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, here we have our first representative from APM Terminals Pipavav. अच्छा, same ही ना? वही 700.
नहीं, इसको लास्ट में बुला लो, ये कौन है ना?
ठीक है, ठीक है.
इसको लास्ट में बुला लो.
Thank you so much. Check. Next, I would like to call upon stage Track 1 Logistics. Give it up, everybody, for Track 1 Logistics. Come on. Well, ladies and gentlemen, next representative we have, I would like to request them to please come up on the stage to accept the memento, DP World. Can we have a huge round of applause, everybody? DP World. Give it up, everybody, for DP World. Come on. Well, thank you so much, DP World, for all the support. Thank you so much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, next I would like to call upon stage Trans World Terminals. Big hands for Trans World Terminals, everybody. Come on. Next, I would like to call upon stage Hind Terminals. Give it up, everybody, for Hind Terminals. Come on. Thank you so much, Hind Terminals, for your great support. Well, next I would like to call upon stage CMA CGM Logistics Park Dadri. Give it up, everybody, for CMA CGM Logistics Park Dadri. Thank you so much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, next I would like to call upon stage Adani Ports and SEZ. Can we have a huge round of applause for them? Come on, everybody. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Captain D. Mishra. So thank you so much for valuable time. So ladies and gentlemen, now I'd like to call upon stage Mr. Shashi Nair, our Vice President, NISAA. I request him to please come join us on the stage to hand over the mementos to all our representatives. Can we have big hands, everybody, for Mr. Nair? Well, to receive the memento, I would like to call upon stage All Cargo Logistics Park. Big hands, everyone, for All Cargo Logistics Park. And congratulations. And thank you so much for valuable support. Thank you so much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now I'd like to call upon stage our next memento receiver. I request Rajsiko, Rajasthan Small Industries Corporation. I request him to please come join us on stage. Can we have big hands for Rajsiko? Come on, everybody. Many congratulations, sir. And thank you so much once again for your valuable time and your most prestigious support. Thank you so much. Next, I would like to call upon stage Pristine Logistics. Can we have big hands for them? Come on, everybody. Pristine Logistics. Thank you so much, Pristine Logistics, for your valuable support. Thank you so much for being a part of this lovely event and giving us your precious time. Next, I would like to call upon stage to receive the very beautiful memento, Delhi International Cargo Terminal. Big hands, everybody, for Delhi International Cargo Terminal. Come on. All right, so next I would like to call upon stage Odex India Solutions Private Limited. Thank you so much. Can we have big hands, everybody? Come on, for Odex India Solutions Private Limited. Well, next I would like to request India Links to please come join us on the stage to receive a very beautiful memento. Big hands, everybody, for India Links. Come on. Container. Thank you so much. Well, next I would like to call upon stage Container Corporation of India. I would like to request them to please come join us on the stage to receive a very beautiful memento. Container Corporation of India. Big hands, everybody, come on.
Once again called this one, Delhi International Cargo. Okay.
Thank you so much, sir. Next, I would like to call upon stage Delhi International Cargo Terminal. Can we have big hands for him? Come on, everybody. Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable support. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Nair. Thank you so much for valuable time. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, a hearty thanks to all our esteemed speakers, panelists, guests, and sponsors for your great support extended to this business forum. It would not have been possible to organize such a prestigious event without your very generous support. So thanks to each one of you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now we have a very special part of this event, time for a lucky draw. So for that, I would like to request Mr. Sridhar Subramaniam. I request him to please come join us on stage. And I hope you all have participated in the lucky draw. Let's see who will be the lucky one. So everyone, please wait and watch because we're gonna pick out one name. And to pick out the name, I would like to request Mrs. Liji Nawal. I request her to please come join us on stage. As we all say, women are very lucky. So let's see who will be the lucky one. Wonderful. I wish. Please shuffle the chits, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, let's see who will be the winner of this lucky draw.
Concord, Mr. Jingle.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, so the lucky winner of this lucky draw is Conquer, Mr. Jinger. Can we have huge round of applause, everybody? Come on. Well, I request Mrs. Lichinova, ma'am, please stay back on stage, and I request to please hand over a very beautiful gift to Mr. Jitendra Kumar Jinger. Congratulations. Many congratulations. Can we have huge round of applause for Mr. Jinger, everybody? Come on. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. Once again, many congratulations. So once again, I would like to thank each one of you. Thanks everyone for being such a lovely audience. And now time for a very special part of this event, because this will be the last moment, but not the least one. Now I would like to invite on stage NISAA Secretary, Mr. Sridhar Subramaniam. I would like to request him to please come up on the stage. And ladies and gentlemen, he's going to deliver the vote of thanks. So I request you all to please pay all your attention on the stage. Come on, everybody.
Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Oh, I sound like the Indigo Airlines air hostess, huh? Distinguished panelists, speakers, moderators, and our most valued invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. All good things have to come to an end. And here we are at the end of today's vibrant event. I have been assigned the task of giving the vote of thanks. Let me begin by wishing all of you a very fruitful and glorious financial year 23-24. I, on behalf of Northern India Steamer Agents Association and the entire shipping fraternity, thank one and all present here. It was a wonderful day indeed. We shall cherish the memory of this event for a long time to come, and will help us in taking forward the cause of this industry with greater enthusiasm and fervor. I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the distinguished guests present in this gathering for their support to NISAA. It is indeed a matter of pride and privilege to have you here. I thank the panelists and speakers for the wonderful discussions that have paved way for NISAA to take forward the various issues faced by our fraternity. We thank you for being with us this evening. It's been a great pleasure. I also thank Mr. Neelkan Gumala and Mr. Satish Lakkaraju for the brilliant moderation during the discussions. Recommendations of each session is well noted, and the same will be taken up with the relevant ministries and departments and endeavor to resolve the same for the trade benefit. I would like to take this opportunity to place on record our sincere thanks to our esteemed sponsors for the support they have extended to us at NISAA Business Forums. We will not have been able to organize such an event without their support. Finally, I also extend my thanks to Mr. Sudhir Nambiar of India Seatrade and his vibrant team for the perfect logistic support, guidance, enormous cooperation extended for this event. Last but not the least, I extend my heartfelt thanks to all the members of NISAA for their valuable support all through these years. Well, ladies and gentlemen, an event like this cannot happen overnight. The wheels started rolling many weeks ago. It requires planning and a bird's eye for minute details. We have been fortunate enough to be backed by a team of very motivated and dedicated colleagues who have given full commitment beyond their comfort zones to the task of making this business forum a huge success. With these few lines, I sign off for the day and declare the bar open and dinner open. Wishing you all a very safe drive back home. Sayonara. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sridhar Subramaniam. Can we have a huge round of applause for him? Come on, everybody. And once again, thanks to each one of you for giving us a precious time. So with this, the NISAA Business Forum 2023 draws to a close. We hope to see you in the next edition, everyone, in next year. Have a wonderful evening. The bar is open. Please enjoy your drinks, and the dinner is open. I request you all to please have your meal. I hope you had a great time, ladies and gentlemen. This is your host, Anchor Megha Goyal, signing off for tonight, everybody. Thank you so much.